Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be doing something a little bit different tonight, so I'm just going to take a second here and make sure that the stream's properly set up and that we're ready to go. But my plan for tonight is to return to Cyberpunk 2077, which shouldn't be that much of a departure from how we used to do things. When I when I started, before we did the main focus on Book of Hours, Cyberpunk was the sort of the Friday game. So I think it's not a bad idea for me to wrap that up. There's a couple things that I want to try and do. One of them is to finish some of the games that I had started, and I know for a few folks, these will not necessarily be games that they remember, or maybe they followed while I was doing Book of Hours, which I loved the ending for, by the way. Um, but something caught my eye today in terms of an article, and I'll actually confess I haven't read all of the material before, but I thought this would not be a bad idea to experiment with, and it gives people a chance to also kind of come into the channel on their own time as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share an article that I ran into, sort of the circumstances under which I saw it. And one of the things that I wanted to try and do is give a little bit of an outline in terms of how I look at some of this stuff. And the reason why I wanted to do it this way is that there have been a couple of times, either with broadcasters who I've been talking with or sometimes in chat. Sometimes there's been a bit of a chat in terms of things like media literacy or um, you know, either decrying or I mean, in some cases, maybe not even recognizing what I think is a fairly deplorable state of headlines in terms of gaming news. Um, but I thought one thing that might be a little bit more helpful, for me at least, is that because I've wanted to be writing about games more often, or actually, sorry, specifically not just writing about games, but writing about games and publishing the stuff. And the publishing part has been the tricky part lately. Um, I think one challenge I sometimes run into is a lot of what I write will sometimes be a reaction to what I think is some pretty sloppy thinking on the part of either, a tweet or an article or whatever. And I'm not entirely sure it's the sort of thing that's worth taking the time for an article on, right? If the number of articles that I can publish, hello Jamie, how are you doing tonight? If the number of articles that I can publish is limited, and hopefully, of course, I'll be improving my productivity and getting more of those out over time, um, I won't have to worry as much about that. But there is a side of me that always wonders if it's really the best target for me to be pointing at. Sometimes I think it is, because there are a lot of misconceptions that can sort of run by unchallenged and perhaps to my alarm become sort of taken for granted. Very often I think EA is kind of a like a ground zero for some of this stuff. There's a lot of very bad opinions about EA that are taken as sort of ground truth, just because in the end there aren't going to be a lot of people to defend the big company. But the tricky part is that I might just want to get some of this stuff out. I don't know, how do I put it? Like, I might just want to get it out of my system, and if that winds up as a blog, sometimes those blogs can be fun to write, but it carries with it that challenge where if I'm reacting to ultimately things that I don't think are very edifying or things that I don't think are very well presented, it's not really putting the right attention towards things that maybe do deserve a deeper consideration. In fact, on the note of productivity, actually, one of the biggest things, in my opinion, that I think is unrecognized and needs to be addressed in terms of independent gaming is in fact the idea of productivity. And I've been working on several different articles, different angles on this, because I've already published one, but it didn't really seem to go all that far. But I really do think it's actually something that can tie into a number of different things that we are seeing inside of game development and some challenges that people are seeing with it. And ultimately, I think it's something that the current article that I'm writing is one where I guess I want to try and say, like, it would be valuable if we could recover the idea of productivity from people who just want to think that it's, return to office or laying people off. There are reasons why these ideas are related, but it's not really what I think is the most interesting discussion to have about productivity. What I usually think about when it comes to productivity is the ability to realize more with your existing resources. And you can see the really stark contrast between the two, right? If you think of it as this thing that, senior to middle management are imposing on a workforce, then you will see that as something that is at best orthogonal, or, in reality, probably detrimental to good creative work. But I will look at the very same concept and I'll say that that is a way in which small creators can take on more ambitious projects in a realistic way that doesn't involve them folding or betting the farm. And in that case, it's actually a very encouraging and I think something to get excited about. So the other thing, though, is I am trying to write shorter articles. I'm hoping to try and make my maximum word count on things 1,000 words. And the drawback is the kinds of articles I like to read and the sorts of things I like to work with are always longer than 1,000. So there's some growing that I need to do as a writer, as well as just becoming a little bit better at picking topics. But in any case, so in an effort to try and move into that more helpful kind of writing, one of the things I was thinking of trying to do is just read a few articles that maybe caught my attention, make that a little warm up for the stream, just kind of deal with an idea, hopefully deal with it reasonably well, but not necessarily dedicate the entire stream to it. And then we can move into the game. So this one comes from the site Games from Scratch. Where are we? So this is from February 21st. It's a little bit of an older article. But Microsoft Muse AI Ideation Game Engine. This week, Microsoft, technically Microsoft Research Game Intelligence and Teachable AI Experiences teams, announced Microsoft Muse, a generative AI model designed for AI ideation. How you doing, Kieran? What the heck does that mean? Well, it's very similar to Google's Game & Gen, which created a somewhat recreated version of Doom by having an AI play the game over and over again, then rendering a dynamic result based on the user's input. With Microsoft Muse, they worked with Ninja Theory using their 2020 Xbox game Bleeding Edge, both using gameplay footage and controller input data. As part of this process, they created WHAM, the World Human Action Model, as well as the WHAM Demonstrator, which allows users to interface with the data model. At this point, you may be asking yourself a very important question. Why? Just an article on it, Kieran. I figured it's slightly appropriate to talk about AI stuff prior to going into Cyberpunk. But one of the things I wanted to try and do... it's kind of an experiment. I'm interested in whether or not people see there's any value in me carrying on with this, but I tend to find that I sometimes don't write on things that I think might be higher value articles because I very often get slightly annoyed by either things I see on Twitter or just generally sort of what I would maybe say are not very well thought perspectives. And there can be some fun in writing on that stuff, particularly if you want to go like full ad hominem, but hominium, but or I can go cool and call it ad hom. But I don't know, there's something like I've always kind of felt that the negativity side is always something you want to be careful about engaging with. So one of the cheat codes to creating a community is to sort of define some other and like really rail against it. So In gaming, you see this a lot. Either it's, a whole bunch of people with a particular social agenda are coming in and they're not real gamers, but all of you are the real gamers, and, you know what's going on. And so we all hate those, interlopers who are ruining the hobby, and we just want it to go back to the way that it was before. And then, of course, there is almost the identical argument that's being made about a certain type of influencer. And I actually don't think this is an unfair argument, but it's, well, these are a bunch of people who are just engaging in a bunch of culture war stuff, and they're using it as a stick to sort of beat this particular topic that they want. They really don't care about the gaming. They're just using that as a platform with which to complain about a whole basket of other things. And so these are the fake gamers. And the thing is that, like, in some cases, if you are dealing with a specific topic, if you actually are dealing with the idea of whether or not these are people who are actually playing games, those are reasonable observations to make. But if, on the other hand, it's about the validity of the argument, the fact as to whether or not these people play games is not always necessarily the same as their, it's not necessarily the same as whether or not their claim is correct, right? You could have somebody who does not play games make a perfectly valid observation on the state of the games industry. Now, again, this isn't to defend either one of those sides. The point here is maybe more to just sort of illustrate how you can sort of see two sides which get a lot of attention when you take a look at online discourse, both of them largely defined by defining an outgroup. And then essentially you just sort of put that, you put your jersey on and, you're on Sega, or you're on Nintendo, or you're on Xbox, or you're on Sony, or, or Microsoft's Sony, or Xbox or PlayStation. There's lots of really easy ways to do this, but it's something that is different from actually dealing with the topic at hand. And of course, one of the big reasons why this stuff tends to happen is that the thing being argued about is really not important or really not substantive. So again, sometimes you're just trying to get clicks, sometimes you're just trying to get attention, sometimes you're just trying to define a community. And I think in some cases, if you're going to pursue a topic, narratively, it's definitely helpful to define good guys and bad guys. And some topics, there really are good guys and bad guys that you want to deal with. But it's one that I don't know. I think just because of the way that I've seen it happen, it's something I've always wanted to be very sparing in the use of. And I think this is because I have found more often it leads to situations where either the content creator or whatever, broadcast or piece I'm reading or something like that, basically it just winds up not being very fun or interesting to read. To a certain extent, I sometimes feel that building something is sometimes the hard part. And it's really easy to tear stuff down. And when I reflect on the things that have been most rewarding for me to engage with, I'm thinking particularly along the lines of reviews. When I was looking up the reaction to David Lynch's films, contemporary reactions to David Lynch's films, they were almost universally hated. And in fact, Roger Ebert in particular really seems to have hated David Lynch's stuff until Mulholland Drive. And you can tell that Ebert is really enjoying ripping into the movie, but he's obviously wrong. And I didn't really learn anything about any of the movies. And then I contrast that with the reviews that I'll read in a publication like Foreign Affairs, which is basically something I've subscribed to since grad school because I am an impossibly cool person. And if you ever read a book review from something like Foreign Affairs, you will actually often walk away better informed on the subject that the book is written about, then, maybe not if you'd read the book itself, but like it's one of those ones where you can actually be reading quite a negative review in the sense of it. The author does not think very highly of the work, but having read the review, you actually feel much better informed about the context in which it's written and the subject that it's trying to take on. And I've occasionally had the pleasure of being the source of stuff like this, where I've talked to someone. I can think specifically, this was ages ago now, but I was telling somebody about the movie Gladiator and some of the things that I liked about Gladiator. And maybe not to give you like the full deal on it, but one of my beliefs about Gladiator is that basically it's a movie about rhetoric. Now, to be clear, I'm not going to turn around and sort of tell you that, the sword and sandals stuff is not there. Very obviously, what is depicted is a guy who's really good at ending lives. But if you think of Maximus's overall journey, right, it begins with Marcus Aurelius telling him to, he wants Rome to become a republic again, and that Maximus will be the one to carry out that project. And Maximus says no, he wants to go back to his farm. And specifically, he cites the fact that he is no good at politics, that he can't handle the Senate, and so on and so forth. And, no, Maximus, but you'll learn, and so on and so forth. If you like Joseph Campbell or like the Christopher Vogler is the movie version of Joseph Campbell stuff, right? You have the whole like the call to the journey and the refusal of the call and things like that. But the main point here is that the last thing that Aurelius asks Maximus to do is to be a politician, to go in and to create this transformation of Rome from an empire to a republic. And of course, this is why Commodus kills Aurelius, and Maximus doesn't want any part of this. Ultimately, he's sort of forced into the circumstances that he finds himself in for the most of the movie. But the thing that's notable, right? Everybody knows one line from that movie, which is where he is in not the Colosseum, but he's in the fighting arena in one of the more remote parts. And he's, just taking out everybody in front of him, yelling out to people, "Are you not entertained? Is that not why you're here?" And the whole interaction with him and Oliver Reed is, win the crowd and you'll win your freedom, right? We know that Maximus is perfectly capable of killing people. That's how he's introduced. He's, one of Rome's greatest generals. But in order to achieve what he wants, he needs to learn effectively the rhetoric of the arena. He needs to win the crowd. And of course, you move on to Rome and so on and so forth. And this, of course, now becomes his conflict with Commodus. And of course, Commodus is, this is why I actually think Gladiator is a much better movie than it has its reputation. Ostensibly, right, you hate Commodus because he killed the family, and he's the emperor, so he has the power of the state. But the actual threat that Commodus poses is that he has it's not actually the monopoly on force, which people usually call the state. It's actually specifically the role of the emperor, the charisma that comes from that, and his ability to sort of command people and get what he wants done. And you can actually see sort of the transformation of Maximus as a character is his ability to sort of navigate this political realm. And you have these great moments, right? Like when he has a seemingly impossible battle in front of him, right? The great gladiator that's brought out in sorry, I said I was going to do a short version of this, and I'm elaborating, but the gladiator that's brought out in retirement, which is supposed to end Maximus. Maximus succeeds. Commodus sees where the audience's opinion is going. They know it's sort of a rigged and an unfair fight, and so he does the thumbs down. This now creates a moral dilemma for Maximus, where he doesn't necessarily want to execute this guy. But, so this is the sort of stuff that makes for good movies, right? Dilemmas, what is he going to do? And of course, he defies the emperor. That, someone like Commodus only understands how to win over the audience and how to satisfy their sense of bloodshed. He's willing to put a very minor thing at stake, right? The retired gladiator, who ultimately means nothing to him, and he's able to sort of maintain his control by giving the audience what they want. But Maximus is able to overcome that challenge, specifically by recognizing that the point of defiance is exactly what's needed at that moment, and he keeps his internal integrity, as well as now becoming a legitimate threat to the emperor. In the scene afterwards, he's terribly vexed. And then, of course, the movie goes on throughout. Commodus ultimately needs to cheat to quote unquote win, and he actually doesn't. But it does ultimately end with Maximus's speech to the audience. So again, Maximus's journey, if you just see it as a guy who's killing people in an arena, he has always been maximally good at that, right? It's something that he doesn't really develop a whole lot on. But his skill at rhetoric, his ability to persuade the population outside of wartime, is his actual that's kind of his growth. And that's ultimately why I say that it's probably more interesting to see Gladiator as a movie about rhetoric rather than one just about gladiator fights. There's other things too. So I think there's some really interesting and kind of an interesting image system in terms of the different roles in society in Plato's Republic, sort of moving from the farm to the military to the philosopher king, because of course the opening shot of the film is the wheat fields, and of course that is not a bad mapping of Maximus's journey. But in the end, right, these are the kinds of conversations. I remember having that conversation with someone, and the reaction that they kind of gave after what was probably a more eloquent version of what you all had to sit through was they said, I really want to watch Gladiator now. And to me, that has always been what I personally would aspire to, either in terms of doing some kind of criticism or doing or reading criticism, which is to walk away from something sort of feeling better informed, or maybe wanting to engage more deeply with something. Because obviously that wasn't my first impression of Gladiator when I saw it. It took sort of repeated viewing to sort of develop a few of these eyes. And of course, more importantly, more reading, right? When I first saw Gladiator, I'd not read as much on sort of ancient rhetoric as I had. And I'd read some Plato, but I don't think I'd read Republic. So in the end, this is a really long way around the topic, but where I can, I like to, if possible, offer a more constructive approach to these things. And ultimately, that doesn't mean things that are not good remain not good. But to be able to take something that maybe was disappointing, but to be able to turn that into an analysis, or to be able to turn that into a discussion of something that makes you feel like you put the right, like your time was not wasted, right? That you're not just seeing someone rant about something, but that you feel better informed, even though, you're dealing with maybe something that wasn't very good source material. To me, that is the much harder, but the much more valuable approach to topics. So anyways, this is something that caught my attention. And in particular, I was actually a little surprised by my initial reactions to this, as opposed to the full write-up. So I figured I was originally not gonna spend too much time on this, but we'll go as long as we need to on this. All right, so at this point, you might be asking yourself a very important question. Why? Quote, today our team is excited to be publishing our work in Nature and simultaneously releasing Muse open weights, the WAM demonstrator, and sample data to the community. I look forward to seeing the many ways in which the community will explore these models and build on our research. I cannot wait to see all the way that these models and subsequent research will help shape and increase our understanding of how generative AI models of human gameplay may support gameplay ideation and pave the way for the future novel AI-based game experiences, including the use cases that our colleagues at Xbox have already started to explore. One use case that Xbox head Phil Spencer in this reveal video suggested was gameplay preservation. Quote, you could imagine a world where, from gameplay data and video, a model could learn old games and really make them portable to any platform where these models could run. I feel that's really exciting. In a Eurogamer article, AI expert Dr. Michael Cook responded accordingly. Quote, bluntly, Cook calls Spencer's comments, quote, idiotic. Quote, I mean, in a sense that anything is a preservation tool, Cook writes. I could ask my friend's 5-year-old son to draw a crayon picture of what he thinks the ending cutscene of Final Fantasy VIII looks like, and that would still count as game preservation of a certain sort. Despite a decade of AI growth, Cook said, there's no method yet to measure what exactly an AI model has captured and what it has not. Muse is able to provide grainy GIFs of one fairly simple video game based on 7 years of footage, but it is not a solution for holding everything about a game or every possible outcome of what players could do. This is absolutely not a solution for game preservation, Cook concludes, citing a report by gaming archaeologist Florence Smith-Nichols about the archiving of digital games. What does it mean to preserve a gameplay experience? Even if this model was a perfect replication of the original executable software, this is not the end-all be-all of game preservation. A generative model of what game footage maybe looked like once might be a nice curio on the side of a real preservation process, but it is always going to be inferior to other ways we approach the problem. Last month, Take-Two Interactive boss Strauss Zelnick weighed in on his opinion of AI, saying that artificial intelligence is an oxymoron. There is no such thing. So one of the reasons why I wanted this to be sort of the inaugural topic for this, I had some fairly negative reactions to a few things that I originally saw in this article. And what I notice is the more research I did, the more stuff that annoyed me actually was more about this specific summary of it, and actually had very little to do with the actual participants and what they wrote. So I'm going to go to both the Microsoft and the Michael Cook article. So there are varying degrees of triviality in terms of some of the things that annoy me. So for instance, I'm not crazy whenever I see Dr. Michael Cook here. I've been annoyed by this since Henry Kissinger, apparently insisted on being called Dr. Henry Kissinger. I actually don't think at least former, I'm assuming it's still the case, CNN policy of only applying doctor when it is a medical doctor. I don't think that's a bad one. And partly that's because I know there was this big effort in the, again, on social media for people to sort of say, if you have a PhD, call yourself a doctor. And I think this was because, I think this might have been in response to Jill Biden's credentials or something like that. And I think the problem is that I don't know quite what the value in sort of reacting to a bad faith criticism of someone's credentials. Like, it just kind of seems to be another version of falling into that trap where it's like, haha, we're really going to own them by putting doctor in front of everybody's names. And I think one of the reasons why I get a little more annoyed by this than I should is that it's actually sufficient that they are an expert, right? An AI expert, whether or not they have a PhD, presumably it is their expertise that is valuable here. So again, I don't want to put too much time on this, but what I am actually going to point out an interesting difference, because as far as I can tell, Cook does not seem to be the one insisting on that. I took a look at their Twitter account, and they go by Michael Cook, and I think they also go by Michael Cook on their blog, Possibility Space. And so in this sense here, again, I'm spending a lot of time talking about this, but I want to talk about it because this was my initial reaction in my head, right? You can't always control an emotional reaction on things, but this was actually imposed. Well, I'm responsible for my feelings, but the whole doctor thing does not actually seem to have come from the original author, which is why I thought it might be interesting to sort of go into some of the details here. I appreciate that I've totally failed to talk about any of the substantive parts, but we'll hopefully get into that as we read the actual articles. So let's do the Microsoft research blog. Excuse me, first. Introducing Muse, our first generative AI model designed for gameplay ideation, by Katja Hohmann, Senior Principal Research Manager and lead of the Microsoft Research Game Intelligence team. Today, the journal Nature is publishing our latest research, which introduces the first world and human action model, WAM. The WAM, which we've named Muse, is a generative AI model of a video game that can create game visuals, controller actions, or both. The paper in Nature offers a detailed look at Muse, which was developed by the Microsoft Research Game Intelligence and Teachable AI Experiences, TIEX teams, in collaboration with Xbox Game Studios' Ninja Theory. Simultaneously, to help other researchers explore these models and build on our work, we are open sourcing the weights and sample data and making the executable available for the WAM demonstrator, a concept prototype that provides a visual interface for interacting with WAM models and multiple ways of prompting the models. Developers can learn and experiment with the weights, sample data, and WAM demonstrator on the Azure AI Foundry. In our research, we focus on exploring the capabilities that models like Muse need to effectively support human creatives. I'm incredibly proud of our teams and the milestone we have achieved, not only by showing the rich structure of the game world that a model like Muse can learn, as you see in the live video demo below, but also, even more importantly, by demonstrating how to develop research insights to support creative uses of generative AI models. So I'll take a look at a couple of the examples here. Some people have commented on how small these images are, and I think they're probably correct in saying that these are small because they're intended to sort of cover up some of the visual imperfections that AI images create. But I think you kind of get the idea here, right? There's gameplay that's been created by a generative AI model as opposed to kind of creating a file on your computer that you're then going to sort of manipulate and turn into gameplay. Or I'm not going to watch all of these unless you want me to. Example, gameplay sequences generated by Muse based on WAM 1.6b demonstrate that our model can generate complex gameplay sequences that are consistent over several minutes. All examples shown here were generated by prompting the model with 10 initial frames, 1 second of human gameplay, and the controller actions of the whole play sequence. Muse is used in world model mode, meaning that it is used to predict how the game will evolve from the initial prompt sequence. The more closely the generated gameplay sequence resembles the actual game, the more accurately Muse has captured the dynamics of that game. What motivated this research? As we release our research insights and model today, I keep thinking back to how this all started. There was a key moment back in December 2022 that I remember clearly. I had recently returned from maternity leave, and while I was away, the machine learning world had changed in fundamental ways. ChatGPT had been publicly released, and those who had tried it were in awe of OpenAI's technical achievements and the model's capabilities. It was a powerful demonstration of what transformer-based generative models could do when trained on large amounts of text data. Coming back from leave at that moment, the key question on my mind was, what are the implications of this achievement for our team's work at the intersection of artificial intelligence and video games? A new research opportunity enabled by data. In our team, we had access to a very different source of data. For years, we had collaborated with Xbox Game Studios' Ninja Theory, based in Cambridge, UK, like our research team, to collect gameplay data from Bleeding Edge, their 2020 Xbox game. Bleeding Edge is a 4v4 game where all games are played online, and matches are recorded if the player agrees to the end-user license agreement. We worked closely with our colleagues at Ninja Theory and with Microsoft compliance teams to ensure that the data was collected ethically and used responsibly for research purposes. It's been amazing to see the variety of ways Microsoft Research has used the bleeding edge environment and data to explore novel techniques in the rapidly moving AI industry, said Gavin Costello, technical director at Ninja Theory. From the hackathon that started it all, where we first integrated AI into Bleeding Edge, to building AI agents that could behave more like human players, to the world and human action model being able to dream up entirely new sequences of Bleeding Edge gameplay under human guidance, it's been eye-opening to see the potential this type of technology has. So current Muse instances were trained on human gameplay data, visuals, and controller actions from the Xbox game Bleeding Edge, shown here at the 300 by 180 pixel resolution at which we train current models. Muse, using WAM 1.6b, has been trained on more than 1 billion images and controller actions, corresponding to over 7 years of continuous human gameplay. So I'll run the full length of here just to see if there's anything. So I was interested by the fact that it had a cut. So I was kind of hoping to see a moment where the whole thing just flies apart and doesn't work anymore. Okay. Until that point in late 2022, we had used Bleeding Edge as a platform for human-like navigation experiments, but we had not yet made meaningful use of the large amount of human player data we now had available. With a powerful demonstration of text models, the next question was clear. What could we achieve if we trained a transformer-based learning model on large amounts of human gameplay data? Scaling up model training. As the team got to work, some of the key challenges included scaling up the model training. We initially used a V100 cluster where we were able to prove out how to scale up training on up to 100 GPUs. That eventually paved the way to training at scale on H100s. Key design decisions were made early, focused on how to best leverage insights from the large language model (LLM) community, and included choices such as how to effectively represent controller actions and especially images. The first sign that the hard work of scaling up training was paying off came in the form of a demo that thoroughly impressed me. Tim Pierce, at the time a researcher in game intelligence, had put together examples of what happened early versus later in training. You can see the demo here. It's like watching the model learn. This led to our follow-up work showing how scaling laws emerge in these kinds of models. So this is the human gameplay here. So here it says 10,000 training updates, and it puts a note here. So game visuals generated by Muse with 206 million parameters, conditioned on 1 second of real gameplay and 9 seconds of actions. So in this case, it's giving an indication on the table that the character is recognizable in basic movements and geometry, but it says no degradation over time failed, correct interaction with power cell failed, and models flying mechanic failed. Yeah, well, that's pretty clear. So 100,000. So in this case, it says degeneration over time should be fixed. A little glitch in there, but like, yeah, I'd say that was a pretty decent call. And in this case, the flying and the correct interaction with the power cell. So power cell picked up. All right. Multidisciplinary collaboration involving users from the beginning. We had started to investigate how to evaluate these types of models early on. For example, we wanted to understand the representations learned using linear probing, which was given by the research intern Gunshi Gupta and senior research scientist Sergio Valcarel Mauca to explore online evaluation driven by senior research scientist Raluca Georgescu to generate both visuals and actions, initially termed full dreaming, and driven by research intern Taran Gupta. But working through how to systematically evaluate Muse required a much broader set of insights. More importantly, we needed to understand how people might use these models in order to know how to evaluate them. This was where the opportunity for multidisciplinary research became crucial. We had discussed aspects of this work with Senior Principal Research Manager Cecily Morrison and her Teachable AI Experiences team for several months. And we had already partnered on an engagement with game creatives, driven by Cecily, design researcher, and Linda Wen, Principal Research Software Development Engineer Martin Grayson, to investigate how game creators would like to use generative AI capabilities in their creative practice. It was a great opportunity to join forces at this early stage to shape model capabilities to suit the needs of creatives right from the start, rather than try to retrofit an already developed technology, Cecily said. Linda offered some valuable insights about how we approach the work. We've seen how technology-driven AI innovation has disrupted the creative industry, often catching creators off guard and leaving many feeling excluded, she said. This is why we invited game creators to help us shape this technology from the start. Recognizing that most AI innovations are developed in the global north, we also made it a priority to recruit game creators from underrepresented backgrounds and geographies. Our goal was to create a technology that benefits everyone, not just those already in positions of privilege. Unlocking new creative uses with the WAM demonstrator. Now, with the model's emerging capabilities and user insights in mind, it was time to put all the pieces together. The teams joined forces during a Microsoft internal hackathon to demonstrate new interaction paradigms and creative uses that Muse could unlock. As a result, we developed a prototype that we called the WAM demonstrator, which allows users to directly interface with the model. The global hackathon was the perfect opportunity for everyone to come together and build our first working prototype, Martin said. We wanted to develop an interface for the WAM model that would allow us to explore its creative potential and start to test ideas and uses we had learned from our interviews with game developers. The WAM demonstrator. For interacting with world and human action models like Muse, the WAM demonstrator provides a visual interface for interfacing with a WAM instance. So this one I'll put. I'm actually struggling to sort of see what's happening here. In this example, the user is loading a visual as an initial prompt to the model. Here's a single promotional image for the game Bleeding Edge. They use Muse to generate multiple potential continuations from this. I see now. And then here the user explores the generated sequences and can tweak them, for example, using a game controller to direct the character. These features demonstrate how Muse's capabilities can enable iteration as part of the creative process. I'm still not 100% clear on the... Like, I think I have a vague idea in the back of my head, but I don't think I'm totally sold on what this is, what these two were specifically showing. Identifying key capabilities and how to evaluate them. Hands-on experience of exploring Muse capabilities with the WAM demonstrator and drawing on insights we gained from the user study allowed us to systematically identify capabilities that game creatives would require to use generative models like Muse. This in turn allowed us to establish evaluation protocols for three key capabilities: consistency, diversity, and persistency. Consistency refers to a model's ability to generate gameplay sequences that respect the dynamics of the game. For example, the character moves consistently with controller actions, does not walk through walls, and generally reflects the physics of the underlying game. Diversity refers to a model's ability to generate a range of gameplay variants given the same initial prompt, covering a wide range of ways in which gameplay could evolve. Finally, persistency refers to a model's ability to incorporate or persist user modifications into generated gameplay sequences, such as a character that is copy-pasted into a game visual. We give an overview of these capabilities below. And if you can just give me a second here, I'm going to try and adjust my microphone setup here. Okay. So consistency, we evaluate consistency by prompting the model with ground truth gameplay sequences and controller actions and letting the model generate game visuals. The videos shown here are generated using Muse based on WAM 1.6b and demonstrate the model's ability to generate consistent gameplay sequences for up to 2 minutes. In our paper, we also compare the generated visuals to ground truth visuals using FVD for Shea video distance. an established metric in the video generation community. I'm going to skip these just because I really don't want to spend 4 minutes on reviewing this. Diversity, Muse based on WAM 1.6b generated examples of behavioral and visual diversity conditioned on the same initial 10 frames, 1 second of real gameplay. The 3 examples at the top show behavioral diversity, diverse camera movement, loitering near the spawn location, and navigating various paths to the middle jump pad. The 3 examples below show visual diversity, different hoverboards for the character. In the paper, we also quantitatively assess diversity using the Wasserstein distance, a measure of distance between 2 distributions, to compare the model-generated sequences to the diversity reflected in human gameplay recordings. Muse generated examples of behavioral and visual diversity conditioned on the same 10 frames of real gameplay. 3 examples of behavioral diversity show diverse camera movement, loitering near the spawn location, and navigating various paths to the middle jump pad. 3 examples of visual diversity show off different hoverboards for the characters. So these are not that long. We'll just take a quick look. Okay. With our evaluation framework in place and access to an H100 compute allocation, the team was able to further improve Muse instances, including higher resolution image encoders. Our current models generate visuals at a resolution of 300 by 180 pixels, up from the 128 resolution of our earliest models, and larger models, and expand to all 7 bleeding edge maps. To show some of the capabilities of the model we are publishing today, we have included videos of 2-minute-long generated gameplay sequences above, which give an impression of the consistency and diversity of the gameplay sequences that the model can generate. According to senior researcher Tabish Rashid, being handed an allocation of H100s was initially quite daunting, especially in the early days, figuring out how to make the best use of it to scale larger models with the new image encoders. After months of experimentation, it was immensely rewarding to see outputs from the model on a different map, not to knock the lovely greenery of Sky Garden, and not to have to squint so much at smaller images. I'm sure at this point many of us have watched so many videos from Muse that we've forgotten what the real game looks like. One of my favorite capabilities of the model is how it can be prompted with modifications of gameplay sequences and persist newly introduced elements. For example, in the demo below, we've added a character onto the original visual from the game, prompting the model with the modified visual. We can see how the model persists the added character and generates plausible variants of how the gameplay sequence could have evolved from this modified starting point. So demonstrations of how Muse, based on WAM 1.6b, can persist modifications. A visual is taken from the original gameplay data, and an image of an additional character is edited into the image. The generated gameplay sequence shows how the character is adapted into the generated gameplay sequence. So I'll admit, I was actually rather impressed by these last 2 ones, but I'll try and keep the editorial to myself until we've moved on. So conclusion, today our team is excited to be publishing our work in Nature and simultaneously releasing Muse open weights, the WAM demonstrator, and sample data to the community. I look forward to seeing the many ways in which the community will explore these models and build on our research. I cannot wait to see all the ways that these models and subsequent research will help shape and increase our understanding of how generative AI models of human gameplay may support gameplay ideation and pave the way for future novel AI-based game experiences, including the use cases that our colleagues at Xbox have already started to explore. So this isn't the paper, right? Nature's the actual paper. I imagine that'll probably be behind a paywall. No, apparently not. So this is something for me to look at on my own time, I suppose. And the thing is, like, this is a press release, right? So if you're going to talk about your research, you're going to, it reads a bit like a press release. Like, essentially, this is going to be you talking about what a good job that you have done. You're going to talk about the potential for it. And I'll confess that this is a tricky one to speak with any degree of certainty on, just because this is one of these sort of incremental steps. I think one of the challenges that is interesting, like what they sort of talk about this idea of AI tools being sort of developed and then dropped on people, and people sort of feeling like they have to catch up. Right. And this can lead to a certain amount of resentment. There was, I'm trying to remember the exact Neil Stephenson quote, but it was something like, the first job of any new technology seems to be to make artists' life more difficult, or something along those lines. And I'm sympathetic to that. But of course, the other challenge that you face is that in this case, they've talked about bringing people in earlier into the stage to try and say, like, what would you use this for? And what are you, what do you need from it? The earlier you bring someone into a process, then the harder it is to sort of define exactly what this thing is. So, right. So if you have, let's say that there'd been no releases from any outfit, right? So OpenAI did not release any of its models until, I guess 01 or 03 or whatever the new one is out. That's obviously, that would be a really big thing. Whereas if you sort of remember what maybe the reaction to GPT-2 was, there was some, like, people were impressed, but there wasn't sort of this same wow factor that people seem to be getting out of, out of the current models, right? So there are people who I think will open up something like Copilot, not think twice about it, right? We have lawyers, right, who are getting it to write briefs and then suddenly discovering that they actually do need to look up the case law and make sure that it hasn't been invented, which is kind of communicating the level of faith that people have in this, whether or not that is well-placed faith or not. So there's this tension that you have, right? If it's finished, then people are going to be sort of turning around and saying, well, this is a terrible thing. This is going to destroy writing. This is going to destroy game development. This is, any number of things. But if you present it too early, then people are going to say, well, I don't know what to do with this, or ha, 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 this thing can't do anything, and so on and so forth. So I think there's the challenge that you run into in something like this would be that because it's not an agent where you're sort of sitting down and it's opening Unreal and making a game for you. It's like, well, what good is this? But on the other hand, right, like this whole idea of saying is like, okay, so, this thing, this image was in the game, this got added to it, and based on that addition, you have this following interaction created. I think that's actually really neat, right? I don't think this is going to be the thing that you make games with. But I think there's something rather impressive that's happened here that is worth recognizing. Another thing that's maybe helpful for some context to this as well, if you've not seen the video, there was a Google project which sort of did a variation of Doom. And of course, one of the challenges with it was that some of the images were like really blurry and they didn't look good. And the idea of persistence was sort of not there. So it was sort of like AI generated Doom, but not exactly. But as like a tech demo, it was kind of interesting. But to a certain extent, right, the challenge that you run into is like, well, what good is this thing? Like, why are we bothering doing this research? And I mean, because I missed my time in university, I'll say like sometimes just doing research is worth it. Yeah, it's just worth it for its own sake. But one thing that I think is kind of interesting here that I could say, um, one application that I don't think gets enough credit would be something like the NVIDIA DLSS. And I'm trying to remember, there's like a AMD equivalent, like Fidelity FX or something like that. But this idea here that, so DLSS effectively, if you have an NVIDIA RTX card or, so basically a 200 series or higher, and the higher the series you get, usually there's a better version of it that's available. But effectively, what it is it is this type of super sampling. So what it will basically do is you will play the game. As far as your hardware is concerned, you're going to be playing the game at a lower resolution or with lower resolution textures. So normally, when you do that, you get a better frame rate, right? You get better performance, but the game doesn't look as good. And the difference here is that with this model that they've done, it is sort of upscaling those textures in real time. And so even though you are playing on, say, low, something that you would play on a low-end computer, you're getting all the performance benefits of that lower hardware requirement. But visually, what you are looking at looks, to varying degrees of approximation. Sometimes it looks very good, and sometimes if you have it really aggressively set, it doesn't look as good. But generally, what you'll get with this DLSS is that you'll get something that visually is not either indistinguishable or close enough to indistinguishable. And so what you effectively have is something equivalent to compression. So once upon a time, you would listen to something on a CD, and if you wanted to get a CD, you would, have to take the whole file, or maybe like say, okay, I've got my WAV file and I'm going to put it in here. And then, something like an MP3 comes by. And of course, we don't use MP3s today. We use other forms of compression. But the idea here is that you can get something that is good enough for most people to be able to listen to music. As far as they're concerned, it's about the same. And you technically need more powerful hardware to be able to do that decoding. But what this opens up is maybe not necessarily something like a CD where you'll play, hundreds of songs on it. But what that will enable is something that people weren't necessarily expecting about, was this idea of digitally transferring music. And so, in this case, we actually have a very different form of music consumption now, for better or worse, right? I think there are some people that probably will have these fond memories of, putting on a record and like listening to it with headphones or something, or, putting on a CD and, again, sitting in a room and listening to a CD. Whereas now sort of the individual unit of consumption is very often the song. And this idea of buying a song independent of an album is something that maybe would be a little more foreign to that other format. So the point that I'm trying to make on this is that it can often be unclear in terms of what the consequences. But I don't necessarily think this is where this technology would go. But a good example of something that is a bit of a weird challenge for my computer is that I very often will upgrade my CPU and my GPU at different times. And so for something like Battlefield, which has large and destructible terrain, that's going to be a bit more demanding on the CPU because it needs to sort of realize this whole environment and, the collapsing buildings and such. But I also like playing games at a higher graphical fidelity. And that is going to have, that's going to require a more demand on the GPU. And so getting something like DLSS is very helpful because it means that for relatively modest hardware, I mean, today, right, when I got it, it was actually a good card, but I mean, I'm still on the 20 series for my my video card, so that's quite old by the standards of GPUs now. But essentially, I'm able to get maybe a bit more than what you would normally expect on a card of that age, simply because it ultimately does not need to render those images the way that it used to. And so you can imagine a situation where there's more of the CPU that's freed up in some of the environments that you're seeing here, right? It's able to make some best guesses. And another one that I remember for this was when I was playing the game Anthem, where you're sort of zooming around in some kind of jetpack. One of the things I like to try and do was sort of trick the game almost. So I'd do this completely arbitrary, like 180 to move in another direction. And there were actually a couple of times where I caught the level being rendered because the game was making a best guess in terms of where I was heading and trying to realize that level ahead of time. But, you know, if you're going to make really erratic movements, if you're going to do things that are unnatural for players, you know, chances are the game's not going to react appropriately, and so it's going to have to try and catch up. So it was only gone for like a couple of seconds, but that was kind of telling to me in terms of what was going on inside of Anthem. And then a couple of patches later, that was fixed. And then, of course, a couple of patches later, the project was dead. But I thought Anthem didn't get treated too well. But in any case, again, this is my effort where I can to try and think, well, here's a couple of things that might fit in this bucket. But again, the big challenge here is that you have what might be a promising technology, and people are sort of figuring this out. Right now, they've sort of said, okay, so we've given this sort of some starting, we've given this a starting place to go, and we seem to have made something that sort of looks like gameplay that comes out of this. And of course, there's going to be some work that, so I imagine there's absolutely no sound that's attached to this at all. And then, of course, there's the matter of resolution. And then, of course, there's dealing with any kinds of, all of any artifacts or anything like that comes out. There's a lot of work before this sort of would be shipped in some kind of finished product. But again, the distance from something like GPT-2, where everyone's like, yeah, this will never replace writing, to, you know, people freaking out when OpenAI's server goes down because they have some homework due. The distance wasn't that far. And so I'm not entirely sure talking about its current capabilities is quite the right framing. So anyways, I wanted to read this just so that we could have Microsoft talk about their position. But now we're going to go on to Michael Cook. And I was originally going to read the Eurogamer article, but it turns out the Eurogamer article is basically just quoting Michael Cook's blog. Oh, my apologies. It does actually say Dr. Michael Cook on here. So maybe that is coming from him. But anyways, so here is this is what he posted on February 19th, 2025, Muse before you tweet. Hello there. Today, Microsoft Research announced the release of a new paper about generating gameplay footage. A lot of people had a lot of takes about this, but there were one or two common misconceptions I wanted to point out. I hope that you find this interesting. The system is not generating gameplay or ideas. The title of the paper uses the phrase ideating gameplay, which is technically a description of what is happening in the paper, but is pretty easy to read as this is an AI that generates games, which it isn't. I'm going to include a short summary of what they did here just to give you the gist. They trained a model on years and years of video footage of people playing an action game. This model can generate new video that looks sort of like the game being played. I could give it a screenshot of the game and say, show me what you think happens next, and it will generate a video clip. They made a tool that let game developers edit a game level using existing game concepts, like adding in a jump pad to a place where there wasn't one before. They then gave this new level to their model and asked it to show what it thought the footage of a player playing from this new position would look like. So the idea here is that the system has internalized how people play this game and how they interact with things it already knows about, like jump pads. The premise is that a designer could then make an adjustment to the level to ask how would this scenario play out and see some video showing what the model thinks would happen. We'll get to whether this is actually a good idea in a bit later, but this is not, for now, an attempt to generate new games or even new game ideas, or even new parts of game ideas, really. The ideation in the title is happening inside the human using the tool. The paper is not really about generating gameplay or ideas. In my opinion, the paper isn't even about this. The paper is actually a study of how human designers think about working with generative AI tools. The authors talk about 3 properties they believe the tools need. Persistency, i.e., if I add a jump pad and ask what happens next, the AI tool can't delete the jump pad. Consistency, i.e., if the model shows players reacting to something in a certain way, they should react in a similar way the next time the scenario arises. And diversity, the generative model's idea of how players behave should cover a broad range of behaviors that it saw in the input data. I'd argue that these properties are not necessarily sufficient, and some of them are only needed because of generative AI's inherent weaknesses in the first place. But really, I think the paper is about this stuff. It's about the researchers thinking about the implications of how people will work with these tools. I point this out because despite being critical of this technology, I think it's a good thing to see researchers sitting down and conducting user studies with game developers and actually engaging people with the process. One major criticism I will point out here is that they selected for game developers who are already using or intended to use AI. I think proponents of this technology need to also sit down with people who hate it or have used it and didn't like it to truly understand the range of experiences and difficulties. I don't expect it to trigger an enormous change in philosophy or aims within Microsoft research, but it is nevertheless better than big tech companies issuing commandments about what people are going to use AI for. Screenshots are fuzzy because the system is new. Just a small note here, because I saw some tweets talking about how bad the outputs look. When we build AI tools to work with images and video, the resolution of the data exponentially changes the computing power needed. Machine learning systems often downscale images to work on them at smaller scales before upscaling their outputs again at the other end. However, sometimes we don't want to start or finish with high-resolution images, particularly in research where the work is new. The output resolution for the system is low because, well, why not make it low? The paper is testing out ideas about getting people to work with AI tools, and it doesn't need to try and make it higher resolution. We could also argue that since the tool is designed to show people how a scenario might play out, it doesn't actually need to be high resolution, ignoring Phil Spencer's idiotic comments about how this means we can emulate any game now from some video footage. So this is one thing that I wanted to highlight here, right? So far, this has actually been pretty dry. I'm referring more just in terms of the discussions that I've been talking about. Contrasting it to this, right? This is pretty inflammatory. This has been something like an explanation of a research paper, and this is commentary on a research paper, and it's actually this part which is where we're starting to get into the like mean sayings. I want to flag that just because to a certain point, I think there's ultimately a question here. You can actually have a discussion here and saying, like, is this really just a question about people's imagination? You know, are people seeing possibilities in terms of this tech? Are they focusing too much on the current iteration, and maybe not thinking about its possibilities for the future and so on? And then it is, in this case here, it's sort of been trying to provide some context in what would be unfair comments about the system. So I'll confess, I'm actually quite disappointed with this because I actually think I like this when it's talking about facts, and I dislike it when it's starting to get emotive in terms of Phil Spencer. It actually makes me trust the comments a little bit less when it says stuff like, Phil Spencer's being an idiot. He may be, but it's just one of these cases where up to this point I was like, okay, I think I might learn something out of this. And I actually lost a little bit of the buy-in that I had with the article once we got to this parenthetical. So this is something I need to guard for in my own writing as well, which is it can be really fun to sort of like stick it to someone. But sometimes that comes at a price in terms of how trustworthy you are in terms of your writing. Although, again, this guy is presumably a professional academic, so probably doesn't need writing lessons from me. Moving on. The system is not a preservation tool. Phil Spencer said this technology might mean you could emulate any game on a platform by training a model on some footage of it, and that this was good for game preservation. This is going to be the quote that Eurogamer brought in. I mean, in a sense, anything is a preservation tool. I could ask my friend's 5-year-old son to draw a crayon picture of what he thinks the ending cutscene of Final Fantasy VIII looks like, and that would still count as game preservation of a certain sort. So in a sense, yeah, train on an AI model on game footage and you can stick that in an archive somewhere. The reason I say this isn't a game preservation tool is because Microsoft's claim that generative AI can be used to help preserve games has a lot of weighty implications and wink nudging behind it, and a lot of high eyebrow wagging, as it implies this model somehow preserves game's ground truth all by itself, which I think is flawed at best. 10 years into the boom, we still do not have a good way to express or measure what a model captures and what it does not. We do have a good way to assess whether its behavior captures the behavior of its real-world counterparts. The model in this paper was trained on years and years of video footage of a single, fairly simple game. Even this model will not capture everything the game contains inside it, or everything players can do. And I've already talked about how things like the Minecraft Oasis demo obviously and clearly fails to capture anything not happening on screen. This is absolutely not a solution for game preservation. There are things it could be useful for if understanding of its imperfections are there. If you ever looked at those weird news articles about how archaeologists have reconstructed what Julius Caesar looks like, and it turns out he looked like a sort of Wallace and Gromit figurine that melted slightly, I could imagine models have a use like this. People know this is not really what Julius Caesar looked like. They can provide plausible reconstructions of something, which we take with a huge pinch of salt and a load of caveats and enjoy as a sideshow to actual preservation efforts maybe. But preservation is not just about gameplay, and it's not just about video. Florence Smith-Nichols wrote a report on this very topic while working at the British Library in 2023, where they ran a project to archive several digital games. What does it mean to preserve a gameplay experience? Even if the model was a perfect replication of the original executable software, this is not the be-all and end-all of game preservation. A generative model of what game footage maybe looked like once might be a nice curio on the side of a real preservation process, but is always going to be inferior to other ways we approach the problem. This is not a practical process, I don't think. Okay, yeah, there is more. The system is simple. It can just about understand how this relatively straightforward game works after looking at 7 years of example data. It's impressive that it can do this using visual information because things like lighting, camera angles, user interface, and so on are a lot for an AI model to handle. But ultimately, even with all of this data, all this time spent annotating data sets and so on, it was still only just about able to generate footage predicting player behavior. If we think about this from the context of modern game development, it's clear that this isn't a very practical idea right now. Most developers couldn't afford to do this, and ones that could do not have years and years of player data to show an AI, because by definition, if they did, their game would already be out. As with all modern AI research, I think it's not necessarily an important criticism to make because a lot of research is speculative. Most of my research is also not ready to be implemented by game developers, but that's not why I do it. I do it to explore ideas. The research team behind this probably believe it will get more efficient over time, which might make it more affordable or tractable for small developers. However, it still raises the question of how we get video footage of people playing our game in the first place. If you've been in development for a couple of months, then you won't have enough footage. And even if we make the systems able to run on less input data, there must be a minimum level required to understand the full game logic. So I think there is a question here not just of whether it makes sense as a tool now, but whether it can ever make sense. There are a million other questions beyond this, of course. I mentioned earlier the ideas of persistency, consistency, and diversity that are all mentioned in the paper. Diversity is a particularly tricky one, I think, for two reasons. First of all, although the researchers measure how well their generated video matches the real player behavior, this assumes that your footage accurately represents your real player base. Suppose all your footage came from the beta branch of your game, then you might only get a certain kind of player behavior being recorded. Diversity in the model only guarantees agreement with the data, not reality. The second, much bigger issue is that design ideation is explicitly about thinking up scenarios that change player behavior. That's what game design is. If I add something that is genuinely new, the model is unlikely to be better or worse at speculating how players might respond than I would be just imagining it myself. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves here and way into the weeds of this approach, into criticisms that are probably only interesting to about a dozen people in the entire world. Oddly enough, I do actually think there's more to this, which I'll expand on, but I want to get to the end of the article first. I don't know what this is. Maybe it'll... I don't know. I think AI designing games is cool. This paper is not about AI generating games, but a lot of people thought it was and tweeted about how much they hated this idea. I say this as someone who has spent 15 years thinking about how AI can design games. I think it's cool when done correctly, and the correct way to do it is to make something stupid, slow, cheap, weird, and broken. I think systems like this can inspire people to make interesting stuff. I think that I think they can make alien games that humans would not. I think they can be fun art pieces and interesting engineering challenges. I think when we feel we have ownership over technology, that we can build things ourselves on small scales where we feel in control of what it does and in charge of its scope and potential harms, then we feel a lot happier opening ourselves up to ideas like, what if I used algorithms to generate game levels for me? This month, I'm finishing up writing a book about procedural generation in games, not as a technical guide, but as a pop science book exploring what is artistic, beautiful, and inspiring about it. There is just one chapter on machine learning because there's a few important things I want to say in there, but most of the book is about the rich and exciting history of getting computers involved in our creative processes, which has been going on for decades. I understand people are jaded, hurt, and afraid by years and years of complete bullshit from the worst people imaginable. But I hope we can reclaim and protect the idea of weird computer things. I think being weird with technology is one of the strengths that independent creators have that can't be encroached upon by corporations or tech companies because weirdness is unreliable, risky, and a bad investment. If you want to watch me talk a bit about some of my ideas in this space, I gave a talk about a relatively recent project of mine a couple of years back. You can watch it here. I'm still working in and thinking about this space, but sadly, I have a lot less time than I used to. I might have a little something to show later this year, though. I hope this maybe cleared up some of the confusion about a couple of elements of the paper and gave you a couple of different things to think about. Thanks for reading. So I guess the thing I would say, I find it very interesting. This has gone on a lot longer than I was planning. But again, think about the journey that we went on here, right? Where we talk about the introduction of Microsoft Muse. We've now read the blog announcing it. We've now read the source of the quotes from the Eurogamer article. This Muse paper did not mention game preservation. Phil Spencer did. And I think there is a lot of space that's being spent on this game preservation idea when, it's one executive that brought it up. Maybe inappropriately brought it up. I'll go so far as to say I think what Spencer probably did is what I think a lot of people are doing, which is asking the what could we use this for question. And the what could we use this for question is ultimately that's going to be reliant on your expectations in terms of where the technology will develop, right? You're making some assumptions in terms of what will be possible in the future and whether or not it's, worthwhile or desirable to do these things. So I will confess, I like it when this is talking about the specific model itself. I think if you take a look at the amount of time that this article spends talking about something that the research paper doesn't, it's at its weakest. So first of all, I can ask my friend's 5-year-old son to draw a crayon picture of what he thinks the ending cutscene of Final Fantasy VIII looks like, and this would still count as game preservation of a certain sort. I mean, what do you do with that, right? Like, do you feel that it's appropriate to compare the crayon drawing to the Muse output? I'm not entirely sold on that. However, I think there's actually some justifiable skepticism about using this as a game preservation tool. The idea here, what does it mean to preserve a gameplay experience? Even if this model was a perfect replication of the original executable software, this is not the end-all be-all of game preservation. Okay, fair enough, but I don't really see game preservation defined in the presentation. Now, I imagine that probably it's going to rely on Florence Smith Nichols to do this. But it would be nice if you had a bit of an unpacking of this idea of what game preservation is, because I think most people, from an intuitive definition, would say if we have a working executable of the game we want to preserve, then this would be at least a reasonable first approximation of game preservation. And I'd like to see a little bit more unpacking in terms of why that isn't. Maybe for the simple reason that it does make me wonder if Phil Spencer's being attacked over a semantic difference about what preservation is. And like I'm imagining that at least some of the conversation probably has something to do with, well, if I'm playing a Super Nintendo emulator on a computer, that's not the same as playing it on a couch with a CRT TV with a friend, and I'm not 12 or something like that. Actually, I'm trying to remember when SNES came out. I never had an SNES, so I'm getting to enjoy all the SNES games on Switch. Right. But with that in mind, where I was going with it is arguably, if I play the SNES games on my Switch, for instance, I'm playing Zelda for the very first time on a Switch. If we go far enough on this path, and obviously I'm imposing a few things here, wondering maybe what this idea of preserving the executable not being sufficient for game preservation, the fact that I'm playing it on a flat screen TV on a Switch, that might be inappropriate game preservation because, I'm an adult in 2025 playing Zelda for the first time. And so, it's not the same. And I think there's a certain point, that is not intended as sort of a critique of this idea of preservation. It's ultimately not defined, which is really the critique that I have here. But the issue is that, there will be a certain point at which people will be on board with the claim that this isn't preservation. But I imagine the further we get to this isn't like what it was when I first played the game, is going to be where you have the smallest buy-in on that idea. And then there's going to be, the AI has gotten an impression based on 10 seconds of game footage. And so we don't actually know what this game was like. So what I would maybe make an imagination. So here's roughly, if I'm trying to sort of be charitable to Phil Spencer, here's roughly what I think he is imagining when he talks about the idea of game preservation, which is that, first of all, if we have the source code for a game, or if we have, all of the elements required to be able to realize it, then sort of the first best is to be able to do a full-on adaptation. And of course, the thing is that, either for rights reasons, for instance, I believe the source code for the game Starflight, at least someone on the team is willing to release it, but ultimately that is owned by Electronic Arts. And while Electronic Arts has released the source code for Command and Conquer for modding purposes, they don't seem to have been willing to release the code for Starflight, and probably never will. So, what we have would be various emulators. Zrog, good to see you. We have various emulators which will give us some approximation of, in my case with the GOG version of Starflight that I have, there would be a DOS version. I think it was available on one of the Commodore systems. I don't know if it was the Amiga or the Commodore 64. And then there was a Sega version. But presumably here, right, we're getting this second best where it is something that is adapted to a current system. It's, I guess, some sort of shim over what the real thing would be. But you can also see how a situation like this can lead to some cases where maybe impactful but not realized at the time games get lost. So either the code doesn't exist anymore, or the code is tied up in some sort of legal dispute. So, for instance, one of Red Storm's first games was a game called Tom Clancy's Ruthless.com. Now, I think there's some interesting ideas in Ruthless.com because it sort of seems to be this product of the .com bubble. it's a business sim where you play a software company trying to capture market share. It's different from, I think, Red Storm's first game, Politica, which was a board game which was transposed into a digital environment. It seems to, at least looking at the screenshots, it seems to have this sort of board game-ish feel, but it's a game that exists entirely as a digital product. So as a historical artifact in terms of, just sort of seeing what the 2000s were like, but also maybe this idea of a business sim, this to me would be a product that I'd kind of be interested in looking at, right? This is Red Storm before they've made Rainbow Six and have sort of innovated and of course then recreated with Ghost Recon, the tactical shooter genre. So this can be interesting for some reasons, but of course Red Storm is owned by Ubisoft, and I can't see why it would be in Ubisoft's interest to clean up and release Ruthless.com. Unless they do some massive, the Red Storm collection reimagined, we're probably not going to see Ruthless.com in any form. And so this is one of the things where it's possible that we can see the early output of clearly an influential game studio ultimately not available to the rest of the world. And so in situations like that, let's imagine, 50, 100 years into the future, and somebody says, it would be nice if we could see what Ruthless.com was like. We have some YouTube videos. We have presumably no living memory of Ruthless.com, or if we do, it's very hard to get access to that. We probably have some manuals for the game. Those seem reasonably easy to get a hold of. But ultimately, this idea of having something that we can do a genuine preservation from is no longer available to us, at least by the construction of this little thought experiment. And so the other thing that we imagine, right, with several decades worth of development, we can say, well, maybe this tool has gotten more efficient, right? That it has not just an understanding of the single game that's been developed, but it has a more general understanding of how games work, period. So the idea here is that, this is the kind of development that we see in terms of the large language models, where, it works very well in narrow cases. Now it's working, better in some of the abstract cases. And of course, sort of the cutting edge now would be ones that have the reasoning capability, where you sort of can interrogate the model and see how it's working through things. So I imagine probably what's underpinning Phil Spencer's comment here is the idea that, first of all, it's going to be more efficient at what it does, that it's going to be able to take some fragments of gameplay, and that it's going to be able to generalize from that. But I also imagine the development that he's imagining is that this model has gone from just being sort of bespoke for this one very tightly understood instance, right? The Ninja Theory game, where they have all the player inputs and the results of the game, but rather it's approaching something of a general understanding of what a game is, right? You have a model which will be able to incorporate the idea of a first-person shooter and, a grand strategy, paradox-style game, and breakout and, abstract strategy and maybe life sims like The Sims and so on and so forth. Now, that's obviously a really big ask because there's a lot of footage that's required for this one specific instance, which I don't think anybody says, I would use this in production right now. But I'm also not entirely convinced that that's an impossibility either, especially if you consider sort of parallel developments where right now all of this annotation is being done by humans. But you could imagine that with this initial promise, you can see the use of other technologies that are developed to maybe automate that process of annotation and to be able to just allow the models to sort of guide the training of a broader cross-section of games. And so I imagine probably what he's thinking of is for that subset of games that we don't we don't have the more direct access for preservations for that. An idealized version of this model would be able to take a look at the fragments that we do have and to be able to reconstruct a game from that. But I do want to stress, right, so one, I don't think that's completely inconsistent with what was shown here. There's obviously a lot of speculation that's required, which is kind of what people are doing when they talk about the future for these things. But the one critique that I think would be fair for that perspective would be where he talks about, he says like there's only a couple of people who are interested in this. What was it? I think was the second much bigger issue is that design ideation is explicitly about thinking up scenarios that change player behavior. That's what game design is. If I add something that's genuinely new, the model is unlikely to be better or worse at speculating how players might respond than I would be at just imagining it myself. It's kind of a shame that this appears where it does, because I actually think this is a very, very strong point that you can make against a technology like this. So in economics, there's an idea called the Lucas critique. And effectively, the idea here is I've heard a version of this, which I'll share with you, that sort of says when you're doing some sort of policy evaluation, you are doing your econometric analysis on an existing regime, right? An existing set of rules. And what you are proposing to do with your policy is to change those rules. And the difficulty with doing policy analysis just on this sort of reduced form analysis is that you, sorry, I did this in reverse. I'm doing a slightly more technical version of Lucas's critique, and then I'll give an example. If you do this reduced form analysis of it, you are observing the behavior under the old policy, but because you are using the old policy to evaluate the people's behavior under the new policy, the result is utterly meaningless in most cases. So the example here would be, Fort Knox has never been robbed. Therefore, we can remove all of the guards. It's a waste of money, right? Well, clearly the policy response, or the response to the change in policy, will be people will now rob Fort Knox because there's no guards there anymore. But if you do that reduced form approach, you potentially would, be led to this rather foolish consideration that, no robberies means you can get rid of the guards. It's a vast oversimplification of actually, I think it's a really interesting paper that he wrote. It's called Econometric Policy Evaluation, or Econometric Policy Analysis. I think it's Policy Evaluation, a Critique. It's got a great opening paragraph. But this is the rough idea, right? Is that if you are just simply training on the world as it is actually not as informative in terms of what happens in the world when it changes. And I think that is actually one, because in the end, while we like throwing around these terms of AI and machine learning, and, there's definitely a lot of money that's being made on sort of labeling these things in a certain way, it is ultimately a lot of varying degrees of, varying degrees of statistics and varying degrees of complexity. And ultimately, one of the challenges that you do run into is this, basically the Lucas critique, the idea that you can train on an existing set of information, the world as it is, effectively, but that there are many situations, and often the most interesting situations in terms of the what if, and that past information isn't as useful. Now, one potential way around that, because the thing is that we do econometric policy evaluation, what we will usually do is what's known as structural analysis. Or, we'll try and, so there's these ideas of finding these policy invariant parameters. There's a few different ways around this. There's actually two major threads, and there was a journal of economic perspectives. I think it was called The Credibility Revolution in Economics. But there's two. So there's one that Angrist and Pischke, in their book, if you are mathematically comfortable, mostly harmless econometrics, if you don't really like sort of matrix notation, Greek letters and things like that, I would recommend their follow-up book, Mastering Metrics, which is written in a little bit more there's a bit more prose, fewer, not, it's not without equations, but definitely it doesn't have the same level of complexity that mostly harmless econometrics does. And that would be one where they are looking for sort of natural experiments or trying to approximate natural experiments. So that's not necessarily a structural form. But in that Journal of Economic Perspectives issue, there were also a few people arguing for that more structural form, which can be very, in my opinion, it's actually a very satisfying way of working, but it's also a very challenging way of working. But essentially what you're doing is you're overcoming that critique. You're overcoming that issue of saying, how do I know that people will behave that way once the policy changes? And again, whether you try and do that pseudo experiment or there's a few different names that they have for those techniques, or you're going to do something a little bit more theoretical and you do this sort of big structural model, which tends to come up a lot in things like industrial organization. There are ways that people have overcome that. And I think one of the things, again, this is really hand wavy, and so I don't want to fall afoul of the the nudge nudge wink wink that he refers to higher in here. But I suppose that if Phil Spencer is imagining a tool which has a more general understanding of gaming, then I'm going to guess here that he's probably not thinking about something resembling the Lucas critique, simply because you have this broader corpus of possibility inside of games, which in theory would sort of overcome that. So I don't know, like I'm feeling 50-50 about the underlying tool. So the underlying article. I think the part that Eurogamer chose to quote, and I think the framing of it in this article did not serve the development well. And I think it's because this is an introduction to an idea. It doesn't yet have a clear implementation. And obviously, highly emotive material will get more clicks. But I ultimately think that I think this article and the Eurogamer article actually did people a disservice by really starting to rip into this idea of game preservation, because in the end, that wasn't what the research team talked about. That's what an executive at Microsoft talked about, and I'm not entirely sure. Again, I'm not going to begrudge the commentators from. I mean, let's face it. Like he is very highly placed inside of Microsoft, and he is responsible for their gaming efforts. So it's not irrelevant that he's mentioning these things. But ultimately, I think it would be reasonable for someone to say, well, that's just maybe misinterpreting what this product is about. This is some of the stuff I'm reading for the first time. I would say a couple things that I'm not seeing present in the discussion that would be really interesting is that Microsoft has a large cloud gaming component. And I can imagine a future a little bit like how I talked about DLSS and this idea of, sort of a physics equivalent of that. I can actually also see how having something that can predict a few seconds or even a few frames of gameplay in between based on the preceding footage, I can actually see that being something to help improve Google's cloud gaming offerings, right? You'd want to find that difference between the genuine gameplay that is occurring and then that sort of gap in between what's going on. And this, by the way, is something that already happens, right? So there is an interesting story about the first game of Warcraft where part of the whole challenge was being able to provide enough updates that there could be consistency inside of the game. And there wasn't. The game ended sort of in a crash because it just couldn't handle all the contradictory information. But essentially, Warcraft multiplayer happened because they figured out a way to sort of update the other player just enough in terms of what the state of the world was that the game could kind of have this coherent idea of what was going on. But ultimately, it wasn't this constant stream of data, because in the end, that was going to be played on, I don't know, whatever copper wire is inside of old buildings, right? That would basically be played over phones. So, and even today, right, you're not necessarily going to be taking advantage of this massive pipe that you can just sort of stream the entire state of the game to all the other players with. That would be really inefficient. What people are looking for is sort of more responsiveness, and so they're trying to come up with that difference between being able to say, like, what are the limits of physics and what are the limits of sort of the standards of technology, and how do we draw inferences from that to be able to sort of figure out a state of the game. And so I can sort of imagine how in this situation, right, there Microsoft will have, I'll just use this as a cloud gaming example. Microsoft will have a state of the game on their servers. They're wanting to stream that to the player, but they also want to sort of preserve on bandwidth, and they want to try and use they basically just want to try and keep things as clear and efficient as they can for all sorts of different reasons. But I can imagine how even if this ultimately sort of fails on its promise as gameplay ideation, I can actually see how something like this could potentially be used to improve the efficiency of cloud-based gaming. And in that case, you would actually maybe see a transition away from people buying dedicated hardware for games, and instead essentially what you're getting is a subscription service to a cloud-based gaming service, and there's just this very minimalist setup that you need to be able to access it, which presumably was what Google's effort was with, I think it was Stadia that it was called, and that ultimately failed. But you can sort of see how a model like that might work, and how something like this would be a first step towards that. So that was at least one case here where I sort of saw, well, this doesn't seem completely out of place for this tech here. But particularly, again, because in this sense, with the addition of a new, new entity, like this strikes me as something that could deal with surprise. So if the player did something unexpected, it seems reasonably adaptable. And again, that doesn't seem to be present in any of the conversation here. So. Now, I wasn't expecting to spend like half the stream length on something like this. I'm hoping that was at least mildly interesting to people. I do intend to do Cyberpunk. But I'm maybe going to take a quick bathroom trip and get a glass of water, if that's okay with anyone. But if any of you have thoughts or any feelings, maybe if I was unfair to one of the participants or if I was too fair to one of the participants, I'd be curious if people would like to see more stuff like this in the future. But while I'm relieving myself, I will leave you all to a word from our sponsors. I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. No library to raid. So yeah, like I said, hopefully that didn't feel like too much of a waste of everyone's time. Let me just take a second here. I don't know if there's interest in doing more stuff like that in the future, but please do let me know if... Okay, interesting. I'm getting something. So I should be tagged. I think I should be tagged as Cyberpunk. But OBS is giving me something a little different. Anyways, we're going to jump into Cyberpunk, which I have not played in a while, but I'm really... Okay, great. Thank you, Zerog. But yeah, like I said, I don't know if this is something worth starting. I'd probably want to spend less time than I did. But if there is sufficient interest... Uh-oh. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I thought I was missing Cyberpunk. But yeah, if there's sufficient interest, I'm happy to keep doing sort of stuff like that. I think there's probably some value in talking about some news stuff in whatever I can approximate as a thoughtful way. But I don't know if I needed to spend like an hour and a half on that. But we'll make it work. And for those of you that just want games, feel free to express that, and we can carry on. So for those of you who don't remember or maybe weren't part of the stream back in ye old days, this was a game that I normally play on Friday. We went through Phantom Liberty, which I thoroughly enjoyed. But one of the funny things is, because I'm not just slow with Book of Hours, I have not yet actually played to the end of the base game of Cyberpunk 2077. So we didn't get to a full finale of the game. We got to the finale of Phantom Liberty, but V is still without... I guess we do the manual. Oh man, July of last year. V is still without a solution to his problem. Johnny's still in his head. So I think it's justifiable to keep going with Cyberpunk. Now, my intention here is I'll probably spend some time doing... Hello, Lord Gloom. Welcome back. For those of you not familiar, Lord Gloom is a... You weren't streaming today, were you? I think the last thing that I saw was you putting some holes in a Rubbermaid container, which is obviously not doing justice to what you were actually doing for your creation. Oh, you did very briefly. Fair enough. But yeah, Lord Gloom was doing a quick run through Book of Hours, but I believe is now a... oh, that's right. You were doing Monster Hunter Wilds. Not too carefully, Zerog, but I should be able to get some basics down, I think. I usually try to like doing stealthy takedowns, but I'm also bad at sneaking, so very often I fail and have to shoot my way out anyway. But we can take a look at the skill tree and make a couple of guesses in terms of how the character was built. Anyways, Lord Gloom, player of card games, player of Tarkov, player of War Thunder, and will now be enjoying... hang on, sorry, I don't remember if I put the stream... Yes, I did put the... Oh, you've been playing Balatro. That actually became available on Game Pass. Okay, let's start by taking a look. God, I can't remember any of the controls. Yeah, so hacking for sure. War stealth. And apparently I didn't decide on a last point for the relic. Still have some levels to go up apparently. Anyways, we'll leave that aside for later. Oops. I'm also trying to remember what the horn button was. I don't think it's E. Maybe F? No, that's exit. Oh wait, I think if I hit E, no, I don't remember it. Yeah, so I'll confess, I can't remember exactly where I was in terms of stories, but the fact that we've got an undiscovered in the queue, that's enough for me to make a run.
Yo, V, got this client, Larry Fangorn. Says his partner, Adam, elbowed him out of his biz. Club called Empathy. Larry wants back in. And hey, we're here to help, right? What can I say? Club industry's always been a meat grinder. Attach the deeds for you.
All right, gig type, Agent Saboteur. Upload a virus to Empathy's subnet. Location Empathy. Meet Adam Abramovic and Larry Fanghorn. Adam's the bad guy and Larry's our client. Once upon a time, the two friends opened a club called Empathy, and things got off the ground pretty quickly. The eddies poured in, their popularity surged, they were surrounded by hordes of young ladies, and one question at the back of their minds. Who's got their hand in whose pocket, Adam or Larry? The blame fell on our innocent, naive Larry. What does Adam do? He changes the club's access codes, made a few shady deals, and hired animals as bouncers. If you were Larry, wouldn't you be pissed? Here's what you're going to do. You'll break into Empathy, upload the attached virus to their net, and bring the club's operations to a standstill. Empathy won't budge an inch until Adam welcomes his old pal Larry back with open arms. Sounds like a breeze, right? Just keep things quiet, no witnesses, and everyone will be happy. Yeah, I'm obsessive about playing with mouse and keyboard, so
Hardcore BD, maybe something softer.
You don't got any real girls?
We employ dancers here. No
Not so fast, little man. No weapons allowed. We're running a civilized operation.
I could offer you a booth with a private dance or a hard BD. Excellent choices, both.
I want the real deal.
where's the locker?
Hurt you.
Welcome. Please go right ahead.
See?
Hey,
Wasn't
Susan.
so hard. Welcome
How you
to
doing?
Empathy.
Actually, it's probably just as well for me to ping. Okay, I guess I don't get to tag him.
Don't let those pricks twist your arm. I won't.
Don't mind me.
Field outlet.
What's going on, Night City? Today I've got a special show for the media heads. 72 Warrior.
I think 2 of these are playable, so yes, we'll try and do some Roach Race just so I can ease myself back in with foolishness. So I know I've talked about this before, but one of the things I kind of like about this one is that I've heard that apparently when you go into game design programs, one of the sorts of exercises that you might be given sorry, I had some almonds before I came back and but yeah, so one of the exercises that apparently you'll get would be something like, you know, make a game where you only have one button. And sort of the idea here is to, at least as far as I can tell, the aim is to try and get past the idea that added complexity is what makes a game interesting. So the idea would be that if you can, so what you want to try and do is not say, okay, Darkest Dungeon is really interesting because you have, you know, 10 different classes and you can add all these different weapons and so on and so forth, but rather, you know, how do you make a game interesting when you only have one input? And of course, the idea on this one is that you may have one input, but you actually have multiple actions. So I can jump, I can double jump, and then I can glitch to try and overcome some obstacles, things that might end the round. And of course, the pattern of different challenges that I run into, right? These different obstacles that I need to jump over. Sometimes I'll want to jump over them. Sometimes I'll want to glitch through it because I'm in an impossible situation where I can't get the thing that gets me points without... yeah, so that one's a little hard for me to deal with. I probably should have glitched through that. But yeah, so the idea here is there's a lot of variety, right? You can actually sink quite a bit of time into Roach Racer. Oops, I blew that. God, I'm bad at this. You can sink a lot of time into this, despite the fact that you have a keyboard of possibilities and only, you know, one button to press, right? I mean, technically it's 3. You can use up, W, or space. But in the end, you're doing that one action, which depending on where you're at, you know, are you already jumping? Are you already, have you already done that second jump? It kind of gives you an idea of the sort of variety that you can get out of what would sort of be sort of a design school exercise. Obviously, I'm making some assumptions here as well. I have never been in a game design course, but I don't know. It's a little bit like there was in the 90s in independent filmmaking. This is a Lars von Trier thing, if you know who that, if you're familiar with that name. There was this movement called Dog Me 95. And the idea was that I think you'd like use only real locations. You wouldn't have any sort of extraordinary events. So like you couldn't do a movie about a murder. You could only use the props that were available in that natural location. And sort of it's this idea of I don't want to necessarily say minimalist style of filmmaking, but basically sort of a voluntary set of constraints that, damn it. Sort of this minimalist set of constraints to force you to get creative. Like, the objective here is not to make a boring movie, but it's to try and say all of these things that might be creative crutches, things that you might just hang on to and feel that they're essential for making a game with, or a movie with. How far can you go by? Actually, sorry, I know we spent a lot of time talking about things that are not Cyberpunk, but I'm actually going to take a minute and find the Dogme 95 manifesto. In fact, maybe it was a 1995 thing. And I'll actually confess, Jamie, I've not played Pony Island, but it turns out one of my former coworkers, I think, was in a class, or there was a girlfriend who was in a class. Anyways, there was some very indirect relationship with someone. I didn't realize that Daniel Mullins is actually a Vancouver developer until I left Vancouver. Okay, so I'm just using the Wikipedia entry here. So Dogme 95 was a Danish avant-garde filmmaking movement founded by Lars von Trier and Thomas Vinterberg, who created the Dogme 95 manifesto and the Vows of Chastity. These were rules to create films based on the traditional values of story, acting, and theme, while excluding the use of elaborate special effects or technology. It was supposedly created as an attempt to, quote, take back power for the directors as artists as opposed to the movie studio. So, goals and rules. The goal of the Dogme Collective is to purify filmmaking by refusing expensive and spectacular special effects, post-production modifications, and other technical gimmicks. The filmmakers concentrate on the story and the actors' performances. They claim this approach may better engage the audience as they are not alienated or distracted by overproduction. To this end, von Trier and Vinterberg produced 10 rules to which any Dogme film must conform. These rules, referred to as the Vow of Chastity, are as follows. 1. Shooting must be done on location. Props and sets must not be brought in. If a particular prop is necessary for the story, a location must be chosen where this prop is found. 2. The sound must never be produced apart from the images or vice versa. Music must not be used unless it occurs where the scene is being shot. The camera must be handheld. Any movement or immobility attainable in the hand is permitted. 4. The film must be in color. Special lighting is not acceptable. If there is too little light for exposure, the scene must be cut or a single lamp be attached to the camera. 5. Optical work and filters are forbidden. 6. The film must not contain superficial action. Murders, weapons, etc. must not occur. 7. Temporal and geographical alienation are forbidden. That is to say that the film takes place here and now. 8. Genre movies are not acceptable. 9. The film format must be Academy 35mm. And 10. The director must not be credited. Quote, furthermore, I swear as a director to refrain from personal taste. I am no longer an artist. I swear to refrain from creating a work as I regard the instant more important than the whole. My supreme goal is to force the truth out of my characters and settings. I swear to do so by all the means available and the cost of any good taste to any aesthetic considerations. Thus, I make my vow of chastity. So, clearly, this is not going to be the sort of thing that produces blockbusters. And I remember when I first heard about this struck me as like one of the dumbest things that I had ever heard. I'm like, why would you limit yourself this way, right? You know, I want to get into movies. I want to do movies because, you know, when I watch, I don't know, Terminator, like it just blows me in the back of the theater. Never see, you know, well, actually I didn't see Terminator in the theater. Eventually saw it in the theater, but like, you know, like when I watch certain movies, they just like knock me into the back of the theater. And, you know, this is just like, I want to create an experience like that. That's the thing that gets me excited about making movies. I'm going to guess this is restricted. No, maybe not. Okay, I'm going to take a second to ping. But having said all that, and, you know, maybe having grown up a little bit, I can actually now sort of realize why this is a valuable thing for some creators to get involved with. Who's mad at me? And again, the idea here is that when you feel a certain degree of confidence with the form, right? So I would probably, maybe as part of a learning process, I would try and make something like Roach Racer. But I would want to feel reasonably confident in terms of my understanding of what a game is and what a player experiences when they sit down with something that I've made. Okay.
In a city tingling with desire, Watson Family. New episodes every Wednesday at 9, only on WNA.
I didn't want to risk it on this one. They're a little too close to the target. But yeah, once you have a degree of confidence in terms of what you are working with, I can actually see how something like, Dog Me, or how various restrictions can actually become a that scared the hell out of me for a minute. Also, did I look at the Relic Wild the Fuss before? But you can kind of see why at a certain point this would be an attractive way of working, because when they talk about trying to free the artist from the studio, if you don't have special effects, or even if they're talking about sort of removing something like filters, right? This is less effort. These are fewer things that cost money that you need to make a film. And so as a result, you get to sort of focus on the things that you as a creator are better with. And obviously there's some give and take in terms of, so I think there's a reason why procedural generation is so popular among game developers, specifically independent game developers. It's sort of a high productivity way of creating what I think people perceive as value for money. So when you play a game like RimWorld, you feel that there's sort of an infinite range of experience that you can get out of that product, and so you don't feel so bad about spending the money. But you also don't need to worry about creating, this fully realized Night City and all of these beautiful models. Like, RimWorld is not exactly known for its visual fidelity. In fact, so much so that I think there was, in retrospect, maybe not having a visual style that looked so close to Prison Architect might be a change that, in retrospect, maybe Ludon might have made. So there's a spectrum, but obviously you can see how for indies, something like a Dogme 95 would be interesting, because ultimately involves creating things that hopefully are still interesting, but don't involve the same sorts of costs that would come up in other contexts. Whereas, for a Hollywood studio, you want to play to that advantage. So, one of the reasons why action films work so well is that you have, action's a universal language. You don't need to worry about translation. All right, let's see. So ideally 1C E9 would help, but I don't think I've got an E9 immediately following a 1C. So if I did BD 55, and then I could do the 1C. But then I run into the same problem. I would need to find the E9 to work with. It's like I could do a BD 55 1C, but then I don't have the E9 because I have to go along the column here, and I don't think... So I think the problem is finding the 55 that gets me to the 1C, that gets me to an E9. Well, let's just see where it goes. So I've got the... No, I have to do the 55. Yeah, so none of those take me to E9. Alright, you only YOLO once. Oh, I really screwed this up. Oh well.
Don't worry, we got nothing on you or me.
255s. 7, yeah. So probably a second BD 55 would be best. Yeah. Three 1Cs. Oh, but it didn't plan for the 55. That's a shame. Okay, messages. Thanks, Gottfried and Frederick, Abramovic. Adam, thanks for your help. Scrolls are preem, especially the kid with the tattoo. Is he still alive? If he is, we'd love to use him in another virtue. Whoever we need to give him to power through, we can... whatever we need to give him to power through, we can get it. Stars always come first. Best, Gottfried and Frederick. Fuck you, George Stevenson, Abraham Abramovic. You're fucked, and I mean really fucked. You think I'm just another loser whose drink you can spike, clean out their cred ship, and throw them out on the street? Well, you have no idea who you're messing with. My lawyers are drafting a lawsuit as we speak. I've got you by the fucking ball sack now. And Eddie's from Dino Dinovic, Adam to Abramovic. Adam, baby, this is the last time I'm going to write you. Eddie's, or your ass gets a beating so hard you won't be able to sit for a month. From now on, I'll be using non-verbal communication these days. DD. Presumably that's going to be the same on whatever computer I look at, but we'll take a quick look. It's a little weird that I'm able to kind of walk freely around what seems to be an employee area, but I'll see if there's anything else I can loot before I get out of here. Alright, not crazy about the fact somebody's looking, but I think I go out of a hostel, yeah.
You can't rob me.
That's what I'm fucking talking about. Get in, install what you need, get out like it ain't no thing. Gig is closed.
Okay, let's just take a second here. I don't have my guns, apparently. I really wish it would have put my my old spec yeah, I actually don't remember what I had. Be a little surprised that I don't have a muzzle. Yeah, that strikes me as closer to what I would be working with. So the fact that this submachine gun doesn't have any attachments suggests that... Or maybe I didn't have a submachine gun, maybe it was a pistol. Probably not that one. boy. All right. Also, for something that's sorting by type, it really doesn't seem to be sorting by type. So, I mean, this seems slightly more like something I'd... If I had a, like, premium site, that would be the real indicator of what I was using. You know what? Okay. I'm sorry to do this, but the easier way is if I save this, and then I just load the old file to see what I had equipped. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, the Kyuubi, Her Majesty, and Murphy's Law. So not even close on any of those. Actually, this one was probably right, but... I can see this going... I can see this going multiple ways, but I think I'm going to go with my old setup. Surprise! Check the nearest drop point. Got something big with your waiting with your name on it. Consider it a gentle nudge to make sure you keep taking these jobs in the same preem direction. So I do notice I'm marked up for a home. I'm wondering if I just have some extra cash to burn. I'll take a quick look at that, and then we can decide where we want to go with the rest. That's not right. There we go. Okay. Well, I mean, I can keep doing jobs for him, so I can get the Corpo Plaza apartment. I guess the other thing that I was thinking about was I had cars I was going to buy as well. So I suppose the question is, do I want to do more of Dino's job? Well, I guess I do Dino's jobs as they come up. I can do some of the side jobs like The Beast and Me. Oswin, good to see you. How you doing? For those of you who don't know, we did finish Book of Hours on Wednesday, but Oswin Meow is easily my favorite Book of Hours broadcaster among many other wonderful games. I highly recommend checking out their broadcast. Yeah, you know what? Let's just keep doing some side gigs before I... Oh, actually, I seem to remember the way I was going to do the vehicles was when I had opportunities to do those when I had the opportunities to do the like car theft. But yeah, so one thing that's kind of, oh, like these. Hard work pays off, ain't that right, V? You're starting to become a known quantity, meaning I've got some fresh gigs for you. But yeah, doing the side jobs are helpful for me just to get familiar. They're helpful for getting familiar with the controls again. This is probably not where I want to be going. Okay, so I got to see what the deal is with this apartment. I'm also hoping he doesn't ask for it to be undamaged. One of the things that I think, I've talked about this before, but again, part of it is just getting familiar with the game again. One of the things I really appreciate about what they did with Night City is that there's definitely a tendency for a lot of cyberpunk environments to be sort of dark and gritty, and that's, you know, that's worked. But it's also something, you know, like what becomes innovative at one point is suddenly becomes a bit of a cliche. So like a good example of this would be the movie Saving Private Ryan used a method called silver retention. And so what that would do, to try and make it look a little bit like period footage without going black and white, they would skip the silver removal, which incidentally is more costly for the developers, but that's a separate issue. And essentially what it would do is it would give sort of a higher contrast. Some of the whites would be exceptionally bright, some of the darks would sort of fall off. And it created a kind of a hint of a grayish quality. If you've seen Saving Private Ryan, you sort of know what it looks like. And if you haven't, it's easy enough to find some images. Now, the thing is that look is quite common in films now. Some people have even kind of called it the gray sludge. But there was a really specific reason why they did that for that film, and even in subsequent films. So another Spielberg movie that used this rather effectively was Minority Report. But again, what happens is you have something that's successful, and then you sort of see people adopt it as a convention, and then all of a sudden you sort of wake up and every movie looks kind of gray. And this definitely had happened for games for a while. And I think part of that can sometimes be that as successful as games have been, there's definitely a feeling for some games that they've never quite gotten over the fact that they're not movies. And so, you know, you see famous actors appearing inside of games, and you see sort of these very cinematic style games where, you know, you're sort of watching cutscenes and then you'll have the occasional bit of input. And some of them are actually really fun to play. But
Oh, yeah, I knew I picked the right word for the gig. My man will take care of the rest. Little token of my appreciation is waiting for you in the drop locker.
But sometimes the result is something that isn't quite as much of a game as it is sort of an effort to be a movie. So I think one of the insights for this came from Fortnite. Another one was Overwatch. But essentially you have these worlds that are... In fact, Overwatch is particularly interesting because I seem to recall there was a level that was set in Iraq. And obviously, I think most people are familiar with Iraq from like Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Enduring Freedom, right? I guess Enduring Freedom doesn't have desert in the name, but it's the Fertile Crescent, right? It's the dawn of civilization. There is in fact green there. And so in some cases, it was the first time that region was portrayed as something other than, this war-torn desert. And you can see these games, not just because of their art style, but a willingness to do this special art style, or one that isn't just sort of a repetition of, this is a grim, pseudo black and white world that's really depressing to look at. You can see why these would be games that are more interesting to play. I'd actually argue, while this game sort of seems to be having a bit of a troubled development right now, there's a really interesting art style for the game Marathon. I think this is an extraction shooter that Bungie's making. Obviously, the Marathon series is older than the extraction shooter, but definitely a very colorful, in fact, neon in some cases. All right, so let's see what the story is with this. Yeah, I mean, I can buy it, but maybe I don't want to do that. Let's do some more jobs for Dino while I can. Gives me a chance to chat. Oh, let's also see what the story is with this. Jake Estevez about the ride. Hey, got your number from El Capitan. Thanks a lot for your help with the car. Listen, there's just one last thing. I won't be coming back to NC anytime soon, and there's a sweet ride I had to leave behind. It'd be a damn shame for her to sit alone gathering dust and rust. It's a Quadra Turbo R. It's yours now. Go wild. Have fun. Show off. Sending you coordinates. Check your map. It's near the train tracks out in Rancho. The car's in the garage near the loading station. Adios, V. Okay. Presumably there's something in my journal to... Oh, maybe not. I guess the question is, where's Rancho? Haywood, City Center, Westbrook. This seems new. Oh, right, this is the space. Okay, Haywood, Wall Springs, the Glen, Vista del Rey, Arroyo, Rancho Coronado. I mean, if it's the metro... So it does seem to have suggested that it's given me coordinates somewhere. It's less clear about the train tracks, though. So I'd make a guess that this would probably be the place for it, but I could be totally wrong. Anyway, yeah, so I mean, again, I'm making a meal of the point here, but I don't think anybody would have blamed CD Projekt Red for making this a borderline black and white looking game, because that has been how we see cyberpunk worlds for the most part. But I also think it's less interesting, right? To a certain extent, you want to push cyberpunk forward and not just be reheating Blade Runner's leftovers. And it's amazing, actually, how many times people are basically able to make something that is basically Blade Runner, and people will kind of talk about it being sort of this breakthrough in terms of visual quality. But the reason why I think that it's worth the reason why I think it's worth commenting on is the rule book goes so far as to sort of say that, you know, if it's bright and sunny outside, go outside. You know, this is a game that's supposed to be played in the, you know, on a overcast, rainy day. And so arguably, you know, if there's any game that would be justified in that style, you can you go for that. But instead, you know, this is an interesting world where you have sort of the grimy industrial areas, but then you will also have, you know, lots of neon signs and lots of things grabbing your attention. And in the end, they're able to do something that sort of stays, I think for most people, sort of reads like Cyberpunk, reads like the kind of setting that they would roughly expect, right? This sort of stuff sitting in the background. But they've still found a way of putting sort of color and light and, you know, and then of course the different styles, although I don't think they went so far as to include like the poser gangs like the Gilligans and such. Who knows, maybe a Cyberpunk 2 will show that.
Yo, V, check it.
Oh,
There's
God.
a site on the net out to smear the mayor, Weldon Holt. Well, the acting mayor, because, you know, he's up for re-election or whatever. Yeah, politics, am I right? Mudslinging never stops. Not for a minute. Anyhow, my client wants that site sucked into the cold vacuum of cyberspace. And the brief if you need more info.
Sorry, just 1 second here. All right. Agents Amateur bring down propaganda machine slandering Weldon Holt. Location garage on Oak Street. Politics, the only thing slimier than thongs at licks. At least corpos usually tell you to your face how they're going to screw you in the end. Fake smiles, impossible promises, shameless pandering. All foreplay till they fuck you in the ass and pay themselves for it with eddies out of your wallet. It's in their nature. And what's in ours? Blowing shit up. Got just such a gig for you this time. 6th Street got a stiffy for Jefferson Peralez, so they have these servers pumping out anti-Holt propaganda. You see Peralez becoming mayor as like the second coming of Abraham Lincoln or some shit. Here to unite the city with the NUSA. Naive gonks. TLDR, my client wants 6th Street propaganda machine gone. Simple. All right. So I'm going to just try and sneak a peek at everybody who's going to cause me trouble here, but I seem to recall this one was really difficult to do stealth on, or alternatively, I was really bad at the stealth side. Hello, Che. How you doing tonight? Happy Friday to you as well. So I think one of the tricky parts I ran into, or this could be a different scenario, but I seem to recall there are more people in this area. All right. So it didn't leave room for an E9, but I think we can pull that off. Yep. Just made an offer to purchase your first ever house. Never dreamed of spending so much money in one go. Super nervous that they won't accept, and that they might. Yeah, that is definitely something I've heard from other homeowners. So first of all, big congratulations to you. I know that's a big step. I don't know your age, but it's the millennial dream, right? That all the that somebody's own property. But either way, congratulations. It's already well, I guess I can't congratulate you if it doesn't go through. But I hope it's worth it. Obviously, it's something that you want, so I hope it does go through. And hopefully you don't think too much about the price. Outage. Jim Commerce to Zach Ginther. I'm not a goddamn miracle worker. Told you your infrastructure couldn't handle that much juice. Jesus, Zach, it's Militech tech. Top shelf, all wired to wage war so no one gets blown up because of some millisec lag. These machines need to eat, and they've got big appetites. I redirected all the volts we got to Garage 66, but without any more generators, my hands are tied. So either get me more or expect more outages. Jay. Loyal supporter and concerned citizen from Kristen Lynch to Jefferson Parallels campaign. Dear Team Parallels, I'm a huge Jeffernut, and I can assure you his words are reaching the ears of our hearts and voters. The campaign you're running on the net is making me the most excited for a candidate that I've ever been, especially your campaign site. Keep up the great work. However, one thing that has concerned me, and I haven't seen a solution for in your policy positions, is the recent black blight that has infested our city's schools. The issue is very near and dear to me, and I would be grateful if you would forward it on to Mr. Parallels. Namely, does he intend to stop the recent flood of illicit black market brain dances in our schools? Our children are being exposed to all sorts of disgusting and evil material at an age that is formative and critical to their personal growth into decent citizens. Now I've had my homework, and I know that the research has proven the addictive nature of BDs. In adolescence, sometimes it takes just one brain dance to get them hooked. As a community, we need to act now. We need a mayor who will think of the children before they grow up and fill the city with a mass of neurotic, lust-driven, hyper-violent animals. Best regards, Kristen Lynch, Night City's #1 Jeffernut. And I need your help. Loves... Kaukonen. Dear Good Samaritan, I am desperate for your help. My name is Lavisa Kaukonen. I recently lost my job as custodian at Euro Business Machines because I was in a horrible accident last May. Now my implants are no longer compatible with my nervous system. I lost function in both legs, right eye, and left hand. Surgery is too expensive for me. My daughter is very ill, and my new baby is blind and deaf. It is my dream to show her the world, but I know I cannot afford treatment for both of us. I humbly ask you for a small donation to buy new Kiroshi eyes so that my little angel can see her mother and sister for the first time. I will not forget your mercy and generosity. Lavisa Kaukonen. I don't know, yeah, so, Jay, the only reason I say is because just calling it the millennial dream, so, that's definitely not, I don't think people should be on a treadmill of, the age at which they buy a house or anything like that. I just didn't want to, miscategorize. Not that I really think the generation categories count for a whole lot. But yeah, congratulations. I know that's a big step for anyone. I have played Cyberpunk before. We actually did the full Phantom Liberty extension. So the stuff that I've kind of been saying about a gray world is highly controversial, as apparently it was in chat. That stuff I've kind of talked about before, but I don't know. I'm just kind of getting my feet, finding my sea legs in the game again. Oh yeah, already dreaming of how you want the walls painted. Definitely going to need to network and find a local muralist. But yeah, I quite like. I really liked Phantom Liberty. I'm a bit of a sucker for like a spy story, but I thought they did a really good job with a lot of little touches on the expansion. But the funny thing is I've never actually played the main game to completion. So I've been doing some side quests just so I can get, I can kind of get back on track. And there's also just a chance for me to chat about stuff. But yeah, this is probably going to be a regular Friday occurrence. If people are interested in certain games, I know there was a request for Hellblade II, And then there are some games that I've played that I think I'd like to get back to. So some of them will be strategy, some of them will actually be RPGs. Not action, or well, I guess this is a tricky one, right? I've heard people refer to action RPGs or ARPGs as being like Skyrim, like Elder Scrolls sort of stuff. And then some people saying, no, that just means Diablo. I've always heard like ARPG in reference to Diablo stuff. But in any case, more like top-down Baldur's Gate style. You'd love to watch me play. Haven't you seen the so many troll streams of me doing Stardew where I start playing Stardew and wind up playing another game? I should... Oh, we've got April 1st coming up. I guess that would be a good time for me to do Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley would actually be a good one to play. But yeah, no, now's not a bad time for people to recommend things that they'd like to see me cover. And that's just because I do have some stuff that I want to get through, but I have been thinking about what people might like to see, and particularly just as a reminder that I do other things, and particularly because some games will provoke certain ideas. So like obviously in terms of Cyberpunk, there's lots of ideas present in the setting that are really interesting for conversation topics. So even though I might kind of put something on hold so that I can do, hacking or whatever, or I might put the game aside and talk about the ideas. Like I think there's enough stuff to talk about to make the game worthwhile. So, again, doing first-person shooters, doing RPGs, doing more turn-based stuff. All of those are on the table. Underwater Monk says, I've always called any RPG with non-turn-based combat an action RPG. Yeah, so that's kind of how I think. Like, I realize that the RPG side is always a little funny for Diablo, just because I don't think people put a whole lot of emphasis on like the character development, although obviously they have stories and like it's a full-on setting that they have. But I don't know. I mean, in the end, we just put these labels on so that we can... I mean, I think most people care, like they just want the answer to the question, am I going to enjoy playing this, right? So if I liked playing... I'm always shocked at how many of the obviously trolly things I say get people really worked up. So like when I say, if I play the original first-person Fallouts, am I gonna like Cyberpunk? Now, obviously, I don't think the original ones are Fallout. But if you like Fallout 3, that's not necessarily a good predictor as to whether or not you will like Fallout or Fallout 2. You might, if you really like the setting, you'll probably love it. But if you like playing games like Cyberpunk, probably the better recommendation would be to play something like Avowed. Whereas, if you say, oh, I loved playing Fallout, give me more of that, well then, Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights, Pillars of Eternity, Tyranny. There's so many different games inspired by that. And of course, the forthcoming Traveling at Night. But yeah, again, it's... I usually tend to find the labels are most effective when they're answering that question, am I going to like this or not? And everyone's mileage sort of varies on that. So one option I have here would just be to do the system collapse. I think I'm going to do it. Jay, thank you very much for the subscription. Sorry, I'm still sneezing like crazy. But yeah, actually, on a funny note, to your original comment, Che, this is like so long ago now. I was originally skeptical of Cyberpunk, and I mean, obviously, everybody kind of likes to say that now. Everybody loved to pretend that that game was beyond redemption, and then all of a sudden, everyone really believed in it.
From the looks of your little butte, still got a lot of work to do.
Yoink. Yeah, I'm remembering the challenges that I had on this one. Sorry, what was I going to say? But despite my skepticism, I was actually given a press key at release. So I was like, okay, I should try this. And the funny thing is that while I was definitely skeptical, I kind of felt that there were like the two dimensions, right? Where there was one where the Keanu Reeves announcement was effectively the, the marker of the time that the game was in trouble and that they were trying to cover it up with a celebrity endorsement. Oh crap. Okay, so clearly just running ahead and taking him out is going to be the best answer here. And the truth wound up being a little, not exactly that either way, right? Like, so the game was, like, to me, I was a little surprised in how much I liked the game on release. But obviously it did not meet the very, very high expectations that had been built for it. In fact, one of the things that's funny is one of the Melvin Capital, one of the firms that was, oh Jesus, one of the firms that was sort of caught up in the GameStop short squeeze, actually correctly called the expectations regarding Cyberpunk and shorted and profited from a short of CD Projekt Red. But of course, the GameStop one was the one that resulted in them getting sold to Citadel, I believe. But yeah, so anyways, I was in this awkward position of being sort of skeptical at the start, but actually rather liking the game at precisely the time it was hated. But then I also got a key when Phantom Liberty came out and played that through to the end. It's been fun getting to experience with you some games that you've never played before. Also, how goes the bookwork? The Adventures of Sally. So I did a stream of that a couple of weeks ago. I had a bit of a break on it just because I had a lot of stuff that I needed to do work-wise, and I was quite sick for a while. But I'm making some slow progress. I really should do another stream of that on the weekend. I'm glad that you brought it up because I wasn't sure how many people were interested in that. All right, so if I do 2 1Cs and then I find a BD, that gets me into FF. Okay, so 1C, 1C, BD. This gets me to FF. And then a 1C, 55. It's kind of funny in terms of Adventures of Sally, just because that is not one of Woodhouse's like highly regarded works, but it's the one that was available. So I actually don't recall if it's intended to be a funny book or not. which is, I know that's what Woodhouse is sort of better known for, but not exclusively, I believe. Yeah, so other than the fact that it's slow going, it is still a thing, and I'll happily do another stream of that reasonably soon. Archive conversation, Jordan M. and Dustin. That Kang shard, figured it out. What's on it? Schematics. Iron? Smart iron. Prototypes already checked, not on the market. Then time to buzz Militech, see how many eddies we're sitting on. Order 568223.2. Mark Habeiswitz to Jack Ginther. Hello, this message is to inform you that order 568223.2 shipped this morning, and to remind you that any improper use or storage of the Miss Bravo 773 server systems will immediately void the terms of your warranty. As per your request, the service package has been cancelled and the price has been reduced accordingly. Due to the size of the order, we allowed ourselves to include one additional item in the shipment. I trust you'll find a use for it. I look forward to our future cooperation. Mark Jeremiah Habizowitz, Client Services. All right, we've done the Just Think of the Children, and you're a winner. Congratulations, user. Due to your continued use of Kenoshi services, you were entered into a raffle and have been selected for one prize, Kenoshi Thermosense 9873. Reply to this email in the next 10 minutes to claim your prize. Hurry now, or another lucky user will be seeing the world in thermovision instead of you, the Kenoshi team.
We nail one asshole to the wall and another rises up in the polls. Politics is fucking usual.
Sorry, Johnny, but I don't have time for your little anarchist revolution.
Yeah? Well, it'd be easier than slicing heads off a fucking Hydra. One more reason this city could use another nuke.
Not quite what I wanted to do, but... Okay, 2 E9s and a 7A. And I didn't check to see if I could get a 1C out of that, but... So I do think there was some stuff in that room with the two guys, so I am going to head back.
Something's not right.
So the tricky part is I need to find a way to lure them out. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Okay. So I have the easy answer of system collapse. Bait. Right.
Not again.
I didn't think this through.
What the?
Yoink. So the real question is whether or not I can get the other guy in. I think I'm in his sight line. If I just try to go around the corner here. Can't believe I got away with that. Okay, so the only remaining question would be if I want to try and take out that little trio at the end there, but I don't know if they're sitting on any goodies. The smart thing would be to just go away. Yeah, not clear that they give me anything I need.
You did it, V. Just got word that virus blazing toward the servers like a fucking asteroid. Prim work. Thanks. Closing the game.
All right. So I was originally looking for the car. Not so clear to me. I mean, there's the auto fixer terminal. So let's see what I can pick up at the auto fixer terminal. This is one of the samurai songs, chipping in. I definitely like Never Fade Away as a song a little bit more. But one of the things, I think I talked about this when it happened, but... Oh. Looks like I get to steal a car first. One of the things I thought was really interesting about this game, and it sort of got put on hold because of Phantom Liberty.
Back in the game. She liked it, huh? Got a vehicle to track down. Something interesting in the back, too.
So one of the things that I thought was really interesting about the base story was that you have the character of Johnny, you have the character of Saburo Arasaka at the start. And obviously, I mean, two hated enemies. You get the really great sequences with Johnny Silverhand, you know, tearing up the Arasaka headquarters and dropping the nuke. But particularly with the idea of the relic and Saburo's relationship with Yorinobu, there's this interesting idea of sort of either the legends or these figures sort of staying beyond their natural time, right? So you have the sort of the patriarch of the Arasaka family trying to achieve this. Oop.
Hang on, gotta go.
Oh, fine. We can do this the old-fashioned way. Right, so you have this idea of sort of trying to achieve some form of immortality through the relic. Or even in the case of... so obviously, you know, there's something telling about the title of a song, Never Fade Away. But even this idea of, you know, trying to achieve immortality through the reputation, through the actions that someone took, or specifically... Okay. Or very specifically what Johnny's trying to do, which is essentially erase your personality and take over. There's this neat idea of people overstaying their welcome that is sort of being repeated throughout, and is repeated even in some of the fragments that you find. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you have those passages from the Iliad that are talking about you know, Achilles being given the choice of, well, what Dexter Deshawn says, right? Blaze of glory or long and quiet life. And it's something that I've always been wanting to return to, because it's actually something that we wound up talking about in Dead Space, right? This story where you have, you know, the traditional idea of immortality, right? You get to live in heaven or whatever, but this very unnatural state, which is actually something incredibly alien and something you want to avoid, is also a perfectly legitimate reaction and perspective on it. It's an unexpected one, but it's one that is sort of still it's something that's still sustained over the length of the story. So in the case of Cyberpunk, having a couple of ideas to run with that, the idea that you yourself, the character, don't want Johnny to do his thing. Johnny, of course, having this desire for immortality, but specifically the contrast that's drawn between the corporate overlord of Saburo Arasaka and the rocker, Johnny, and specifically maybe Johnny's reaction to how little impact he ultimately had in the grand scheme of things, I think makes for really interesting material. Again, it makes me a little, always makes me feel a little uncertain with doing the side quests because it keeps me from dealing with those themes, but...
Thanks for the help, V. Let Chumo do the finishing touches.
But they're ones that I'm happy to sort of see keep coming up in the game. I also think to a certain extent, I don't think it was necessarily top of mind when the game first came out, but obviously this also has a certain relevance. This is the Never Fade Away. I think this also gained a certain relevance when people have been talking about sort of the age of politicians. Obviously, that's been coming up a little bit more often, and Canada had an interesting problem, more so with its Conservative Party, although the Conservative Party has been doing much better in the polls until very recently. Now it's definitely a very competitive race. But we had a prime minister called Stephen Harper who was very effective at holding on to power for a long time. I mean, basically through my, I guess any period that I would be voting, really. I think my choices have effectively been Harper and his sort of follow-ups, and I'm trying to remember what the original options were. But one of the challenges that the Conservative Party for a while, and arguably still has to deal with, is there was this larger-than-life figure that, or maybe not larger-than-life, but definitely very large figure in that party that was very effective at sort of maintaining political control, because one of the challenges that Canada's Conservative Party needs to deal with is it has a social conservative movement, which I think it would be fair to say tends to have unpopular social policies. So, for instance, the abortion issue maybe isn't as contentious in Canada as it would be in the States. I don't mean to suggest that it's, something that nobody thinks about, but the idea of a Conservative Party fighting an election on the abortion issue, I think, is largely recognized as a way that they'd be very quickly defeated. But that's still something that is held by members of its caucus, and I think what some people would say was effective about Harper's time as Prime Minister was the level of control that he had over the party to sort of keep those forces at bay and sort of focus on the things that allowed them to win elections. And one of the challenges that came out of that is when you have very heavy centralized control like that, it does create a problem in terms of trying to cultivate the next generation of talent. Unless a leader like that is specifically grooming a successor, you don't want sort of hot up-and-coming politicians, because, of course, they can become a challenge to that, to that authority. So I'm just going to take a second here and pick a vehicle. So while I'm also trying to sort of stay away from being too prescriptive in terms of, who people should vote for or who the best party is. Obviously, people are going to have their own views of that. But in some cases, I think there's been a concern that the Conservative strategy has largely been just waiting for Canadians to get as mad at Justin Trudeau as they are, and that would sweep them into power. And that might have come out of the fact that there was sort of a limited. I might do the Porsche. So 33 for the Archer, or 35 for the Archer, 32. Not technically the Archer's the most expensive. But this is, again, one of these examples, right, where if your electoral strategy or if your approach has sort of been, we just need to go back to the old days of the, the politician that made us successful, this can lead to a very long period in the wilderness. However people feel about Trudeau, and certainly I know plenty of conservatives, and they, it's not just that they dislike Trudeau, there's almost this personal dislike about it. As a person, they just really dislike it. That was true for Harper as well. I think if you look at any articles under his prime ministership, there seemed to be just this level of personal dislike beyond just a policy complaint. But one of the challenges that you run into, again, if you have that very centralized control, at some point there's got to be a transition. And so if you don't spend that time cultivating the new talent, it can sometimes be, it can be an argument that is very appealing to the party faithful, right? We just need to go back to the days of ... pick the politician you liked in the good old days. But if the electorate doesn't agree with you about them being the good old days, then it's a very costly strategy. And effectively, you're just waiting, again, for people to get fed up with the existing party. And I don't think that's exclusive just to... It's a case I can mention just because of the Canadian political landscape. But in terms of other countries, I think that's an issue that still people need to deal with. And again, it's related to this idea of age of politicians, where people are longer lived, independent of people thinking whether or not they can do the job. I think there's an idea that as the population survives longer, that can work. But there can also be that challenge where if you have individuals who want to retain power for a longer period of time, there is a cost that is paid, in the sense of not necessarily cultivating the next generation of talent. And sometimes that can take the form of sort of, a primary, somebody saying, okay, no, we're tired of the old way, now we'll do it here. That's a little bit more of kind of like a hostile takeover almost. And those can also be costly for political parties as well. So again, I don't necessarily think that is at play in the contrast between someone like Johnny and Saburo, but I think it's a story that has a certain kind of relevance at a time where, at least in the political sphere, there does seem to be some evidence, at least in terms of the countries I'm most familiar with, this challenge in terms of letting go of the levers of power, sort of in the name of this longer term strategy of sort of ensuring that your party is able to carry on into the future. And there are parties that have successfully done this. So in Canada, for example, there's a province called Alberta, which effectively is, for the longest time only had a progressive conservative government. And what would change would be it's the leader of that party which would sort of take it in a different direction. And then there's sort of a split that happened, and the NDP took over for a while, but then that just provoked the right combining again, and ultimately they wound up in government again. All right, Quartz ECL R275. Now here's an Archer Quartz you don't want to miss. Why, you ask? You're shopping for a car, clearly. This is a car. The previous owner was an animal, capital A, and he dearly loved his darling Quartz, but the chum juiced too much. Got so swole he couldn't fit behind the wheel no more. Had to let her go. At 16 feet long, this little compact is made for slicing through night city traffic and dodging cacti in the Badlands with ease. Want to give it a spin? Of course you do. So I'm just going to empty out my bank account buying the cheapest car. So the way that I do the car missions, I take the discounts to get a deal on the most expensive cars, and then I work on the other end when I don't have the discount. It's like 40,000 is the lowest I see right now. I just buy 29 is now the lowest. I kind of work my way up from the bottom. 26. Okay, looks like there's a few of those. Supron FS3T. Mahir Supron for sale. Yawn, who cares, right? Ah, but this ain't your everyday Supron. This thing's been hella upgraded. If you need to haul your crew for a big score, it's got you covered. 4 seats for your peeps and a big-ass trunk for all your gear. Maybe even enough space for a cooler of ice-cold Brosef. Not a sponsor. Sure, this cube's a slut for Chew, but she's reliable as hell. Whatever you're planning, whether you're planning the heist of a lifetime or a Bayside picnic, this Supron will get you there. Now, here's a question I've got for, when I say cyberpunk, I'm speaking more to the genre as a whole. I know there have been a few Shadowrun games, and the Shadowrun games I'm most familiar with are the ones, we'll do the Delian now, or maybe do I want to do the Thornton first? Sure, I guess I should get the Galena. So just for that van, one of the things that I know is, like, when I think of Shadowrun or games like it, you'll have this idea of your team, you're putting together sort of a heist, and, you know, everybody resents the Decker because they just get to sort of unplug as soon as things become a challenge. Obviously, this game starts with a heist, but it's ultimately a single-player game. The NPCs will kind of take your lead on combat, but they're not really doing sort of some active planning role. And I can contrast this with a game like, say, Rainbow Six, where you actually do part of the experience is you're working out your plan for the environment and sort of telling the AI what to do, and there are better and worse paths through the environment that will lead to more or less satisfactory outcomes in the game. So one thing I'm not familiar with, though, is if there's ever been, I'm thinking almost kind of like a Left 4 Dead or Vermintide or Darktide or something like that, cyberpunk-style game where you've put a team together, you have those specialized roles in order to bring about some kind of a heist. Like, I guess probably Payday would be the closest example that I can think of, but in the end, Payday's kind of just a shooter. There is sort of a team role to it, but I kind of feel like there's probably some room between like a Payday and a Vermintide and something in a cyberpunk setting where there's a more explicit combination of roles for people to take. Does anybody know of any examples of games that have played in that space? Because I feel like that's not a particularly original idea, but I can't think of any games that have actually done that. All right, Galena GA32T. The Galena GA32T is the G240's big bro and better in every possible way. No Greek feet, sure, but this ride's as reliable as they come. Sturdy, fast-ish, and has enough trunk space for whatever you're hauling, and it ain't afraid of a few bumps and bruises. Plus, it's got a special sort of charm, you know, kind of like a grandpa who's got a weird funk, but always remembers your birthday. If you're pinching eddies and got too much pride for the N-Cart Metro, this baby's for you. All right. The DeLeon V410S Coupe. This DeLeon Coupe, it has it all. Comfort, style, and cojones. It sports a 4-liter V8 engine, rear-wheel drive, and 390 horsepower. Some gearhead corpo with too many eddies and not enough hobbies restored this gem over 4 long years, piece by piece, inch by inch. Apparently the guy took a shuttle to the moon and never came back. Probably fell into a crater. I don't know, never been. Anyway, sucks for him, but now it's his masterpiece can be yours for a very fair price. All right. Oh. I wonder if that's the one that I drove by.
another day to pointless drudgery.
So if I can avoid taking on that big cluster, that would be best. Okay, that's not going to work. There's definitely ways that I can distract some people. I mean, alternatively, I just go crazy and drop a grenade in the middle of all of them. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta blow off some steam. This is too late, but... Oops. Oh. Archive conversation, Alfred Miles and Darius Marks. Send you guys here, but who's going to be here with me? Choom, just send him. We got a shitload of merch here. I gotta guard it all by myself. Is it my fault Gunner ordered a manhunt? I got orders to grab your people, that's that. Them's the breaks. And I gotta track down Flavio. You got a problem with that, take it to General Gunner yourself. Fine, they're on their way. Excuse me. What element of the soul is shooting people with a sniper rifle, skelecoctomancy? Turn them into skeleton? Well, I mean, we're all already skeletons, just in leather jackets. But I'm going to assume that probably all combat in Cyberpunk is governed by the principle of edge. So I would say under elements of the soul, we'll probably go for metal would be my main guess. I guess the sniper rifle particularly because you need to brace yourself. So I'd go for metal over Arab. All right. Didn't want to take a screenshot. I don't know, I prefer the idea of finishing off the Dino quests for one reason or another. I'm also thinking I'm going to need to wrap it up reasonably soon, but I'm curious, so obviously it's been more side quests for tonight, and I'll maybe spend less time with the article reading and that, but is there interest in seeing more Cyberpunk in the future? Because it's definitely something I'd like to do to completion. But for instance, that could also be a decision, you know, do I want to maybe do 2 days, or do I want to do like a week of Cyberpunk as opposed to, you know, once a Friday? I'm kind of curious if people feel that this is something that sustains longer engagement. I know some people are just going to be happy to you know, hear whatever. But I'm open to some suggestions. At some point I should also sell off this surplus that I've got, but... That's good to hear. I do, one of the things I remember when I first played this, I did get more of the, God, I'm bad at driving. I did have, hey, Ellen Rippey! Wonderful to see you. Thank you very much for resubscribing. We actually also had, at the start, there was an article on one of Microsoft's gaming AI projects, which I wound up spending maybe a little bit more time talking about than I had intended. But I'm very happy to see you, and I'm glad that you're excited for some more Cyberpunk. Anyway, sorry. So I remember some of the side quests that I was on did a really nice job of reinforcing some of the themes that I thought were interesting.
Some nomads tried to run some biz in my district. So the Tinos taught them a lesson.
I think I remember this one.
The nomads came to me. Better late than never. You'll help them straighten things out.
Good.
Spec and patched.
All right. You got...
No worries, Ellen Ripley. I was actually planning on wrapping up reasonably soon, but as long as there is a presence, I'm happy to try and keep the good times rolling. Although I might need some food. Actually, if you can just give me a quick second. Okay, sorry about that. I promptly rewarded Ellen Ripley for showing up with completely bringing the stream to a halt. Okay, search and recover. Retrieve the Militech car purchased by the Nomads. Garage on Russell Street. A group of Nomads decided to run some side biz in Night City and brought a stolen Militech SUV from the Valentinos. This happened on my turf, but unfortunately they forgot to ask me for help because they didn't want to cut in a fixer. The Valentinos took the eddies, slammed their heads against the pavement, and told them to fuck off. The Nomads just want what they paid for, the right way this time, through a fixer. Their rep Dakota called me, and I promised her I would help. The SUV ended up in the Valentinos' garage in Wellsprings. You need to get it back. Getting back at the Valentinos isn't part of the gig. You let me handle it. Sorry, I do need just 1 minute. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry to do this. I'm going to take a quick break just because I had a truly appalling amount of coffee before streaming. So the force is with me. I will be back. I'll try not to make it as long as the last break, but I could actually use a very small break. And now would be a good time for all of you to maybe get up, have a stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, get a glass of water, whatever it is you need. But I'll try and keep it quick, and we'll be back soon. Okay, sorry about the wait there. I'll try and go a bit longer. I may need one more break before we finish for tonight, but let's, at the very least, let's help these poor nomads get their property back, or somebody else's property. That's now theirs. So I don't think this one was too catastrophic, but I also seem to remember blowing it on a couple of the combat encounters. Kind of feel like I was defying the laws of physics there, but... My general feeling for this game is that I tend to underutilize hacking. Like, obviously I'm using this stuff, like I'm turning off cameras and all of that, but I think in general, during combat, I tend to focus a little too much on the on shooting and not enough on what I can accomplish with a good hack. Okay, that's promising. Kind of dropping into a place I don't really know though, so. Okay, now that's particularly encouraging. This would also be a good time for me to use a ping. Kill the body. Alright, well, I'll take my lumps. So, perfect example. There's a lot that I could be doing here. Honestly, here's a better approach. So I'm going to go past the area I need to be just so I can lose the tail. I don't know if I can just outrun them or if I need to fight them, but... Yes, the other reason why I'm happy Ellen Ripley is here is I did, I meant to give a reply to this on Discord, but I had missed a article by Microsoft Research of all places that was talking about LLMs And I'm trying to think, like, basically it's almost kind of like a Dunning-Kruger effect for LLMs, that essentially there's this illusion of learning or capability that comes up, where in fact it's sort of causing some skills to atrophy. And it's interesting for a few reasons. So there's the somewhat famous passage in Phaedrus, where sort of Socrates tells about it's kind of a myth of the invention of writing.
Why do you need the rig?
Fucking love that Corporal Chic.
Wait, seriously?
Who guards the border?
Well, Militech.
Now connect the dots.
What the hell are you thinking? A Solo making an exchange with the Valentinos?
I wasn't alone.
Well, what happened?
The motherfucker set a trap. That's what happened. Fucking Tinos.
And this surprises you?
Man, whatever. I'm out of here. Worst trip to the city ever.
Anyway, smoking kills.
Sublime work, V. I knew I could count on you. The Nomads are grateful for your help. Contract closed.
I'm sure it's one of those cyberpunk cigarettes that doesn't hurt you. Corpos in this game are very health conscious. What was I gonna say? But yeah, anyway, so it was an interesting paper. So sorry, the analogy I liked to make was the section of Phaedrus, which so this would be Ibarra, presumably. Not that it's terrible to do his quest. I was just planning on helping someone else. We're Spider-Man now. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see that result. It's one of those ones that I think makes intuitive sense, but it actually lines up with a book that I read some time ago. It's really hard to find, actually. I can only get it through the library unless I'm willing to spend like $80, and I didn't like the book that much. Called Make It Stick. And in the opening chapters, it does a really interesting comparison between what's perceived as being effective in terms of learning. So very often sort of cramming, right? Like reading a whole bunch of texts and then, moving on, and like just focusing on that, right? Like big study sessions. And of course, there's more than a few people who've done university here, probably have done very well in university and probably used those techniques to do well. But in terms of evidence, they're actually counterproductive. And worse, they actually give the impression that you are learning more than you actually are. And what they sort of propose as an alternative is sort of spaced repetition. So flashcards would be an example of this. Also, well, just kind of, Jay, in kind of the way that most people will normally study. So like you'll have a textbook and you'll just sort of sit down and you'll do like a big, 2 or 3 hour block of like really just mainlining the topic. Actually, you know what? If you just give me a second here, I can probably find the book. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but what really caught my attention though was specifically the way it wasn't so much just the idea that it wasn't necessarily helpful, but specifically that it was one that actually gave the impression of providing knowledge. So this is from like the third page in the book. Claims we make in this book. You may not agree with the last point, but we hope to persuade you of it. Here, more or less unadorned in list form, are some of the principal claims we make in support of our argument. Or sorry, I suppose I should give the argument. So in the preceding section on page 2. We don't need to understand each of the actions Matt took. Okay, here we go. There are some immutable aspects of learning that we can potentially, probably all agree on. First, to be useful, learning requires memory so that what we've learned is still there later when we need it. Second, we need to keep learning and remembering all our lives. We can't advance through middle school without some mastery of language arts, math, science, and social studies. Getting ahead at work takes mastery of job skills and difficult colleagues. In retirement, we pick up new interests. In our dotage, we move into simpler housing while we're still able to adapt. If you're good at learning, you have an advantage in life. Third, learning is an acquired skill, and the most effective strategies are often counterintuitive. Claims we make in this book. You may not agree with the last point, but we hope to persuade you of it. Here, more or less in unadorned list form, are some of the principal claims we make in support of our argument. We set them forth more fully in the chapters that follow. Learning is deeper and more durable when it's effortful. Learning that's easy is like writing in sand, here today, gone tomorrow. We are poor judges of when we are learning well and when we're not. When the going is harder and slower, it doesn't feel productive. We are drawn to strategies that feel more fruitful, unaware that the gains from these strategies are often temporary. Rereading text and massed practice of a skill or new knowledge are by far the preferred study strategies of learners of all stripes, but they're also among the least productive. By massed practice, we mean the single-minded, rapid-fire repetition of something you're trying to burn into memory, the practice of conventional wisdom. Cramming for exams is an example. Rereading and massed practice give rise to feelings of fluency that are taken to be signs of mastery, but for true mastery or durability, these strategies are largely a waste of time. Retrieval practice. Recalling facts or concepts or events from memory is a more effective learning strategy than review by rereading. Flashcards are a simple example. Retrieval strengthens the memory and interrupts forgetting. A single simple quiz after reading a text or hearing a lecture produces better learning and remembering than rereading the text or reviewing lecture notes. While the brain is not a muscle that gets stronger with exercise, the neural pathways that make up a body of learning do get stronger when memory is retrieved and when learning is practiced. Periodic practice arrests forgetting, strengthens retrieval routes, and is essential for hanging on to the knowledge you want to gain. I'm trying to figure out where I should stop here, but there's a couple more. When you space out practice at a task and get a little rusty between sessions, or you interleave the practice of 2 or more subjects, retrieval is harder and feels less productive, but the effort produces longer-lasting learning and enables more versatile application of it in later settings. Trying to solve a problem before being taught the solution leads to better learning, even when the errors are made in the attempt. And I'll maybe I'll try maybe the 3 or 4 more points here. The popular notion that you learn better when you receive instruction in a form consistent with your preferred learning style, for example, as an auditory or visual learner, is not supported by the empirical research. People do have multiple forms of intelligence to bring to bear on learning, and you learn better when you go wide, drawing on all your aptitudes and resourcefulness, than when you limit instruction or experience to the style you find most amenable. When you're adept at extracting the underlying principles or rules that differentiate types of problems, you're more successful at picking the right solutions in unfamiliar situations. This skill is better acquired through interleaved and varied practice than massed practice. For instance, interleaving practice at computing the volumes of different kinds of geometric solids would make you more skilled at picking the right solution when a later test presents a random solid. Interleaving the identification of bird types or the works of oil painters improves your ability to both learn the unifying attributes within a type and to differentiate between types, improving your skill at categorizing new specimens you encounter later. We're all susceptible to illusions that can hijack our judgment of what we know and can do. Testing helps calibrate our judgments of what we've learned. A pilot who is responding to a failure of hydraulic systems in a flight simulator discovers quickly whether he's on top of the corrective procedures or not. In virtually all areas of learning, you build better mastery when you use testing as a tool to identify and bring up your areas of weakness. And then all new learning requires a foundation of prior knowledge. You need to know how to land a twin plane on 2 engines before you can learn to land it on 1. To learn trigonometry, you need to remember your algebra and geometry. To learn cabinet making, you need to have mastered the properties of wood and composite materials, how to join boards, cut rabbets, route edges, and miter corners. There's obviously a few more on here. Now, the rest of the book is bringing... The thing I really liked about this is quite an evidence-based book. It definitely brings a lot of scholarly research on learning to bear. But what really caught my attention the most was this idea of not just what forms of learning are effective and what aren't, but specifically the perception of learning and the idea that you can feel like you are learning more than you actually are. And specifically when you're measuring learning as your ability to retain something beyond, say, the semester that you learn it. That really kind of caught my attention. So, that sort of folded in a little bit with some of what I read from the paper that Ellen Ripley shared with me, because I have wondered sometimes if there may be some value for LLMs in terms of taking that role of producing sort of varied and spaced practice. Because one of the things that I think is an interesting application for it, it's one of these things that you can almost see as a form of compression, where you'll be given you can give it sort of a text, or it's taking like a large body of knowledge and you're giving it a prompt and it's sort of unpacking that body of knowledge to you. To a certain extent, if you just use its summarizing capabilities and then ask it and maybe direct it to give you questions to test your comprehension, these seem to be sort of discrete units that we feel a little more confident an LLM can do. So essentially, if I tell it, tell me how to do X, you're kind of relying on it to give you a set of instructions that are appropriate for doing X.
B, got a guy I need gone. Used to be iron for hire. Still acts like it. But the eddies are worth the risk, trust me. Need more intel, check the attachment. Waiting on your sig. Thanks.
All right, let me just take a look here. Gun for hire. Neutralized Jack Mouser, 7th Hell Club, corner of Corporation Street and Ring Road West. I'll cut to the chase. Jack Mouser, NC's gonkest merc, did a recent job for me and went too far. Way too fucking far. He was supposed to collect some shards from a Zeta Tech transport, quiet-like, except it wasn't fucking quiet. That psycho offed every single guard, beheaded the driver, and blew up the truck. Corpse foaming at the mouth, searching high and low for the prick, and I'll be damned if I go down because of him. I need you to toss his head at their feet. Maybe then they'll let this go. Mouser owes a seedy club downtown called 7th Hell. Gut tells me he's holed up there till the smoke's cleared. Need you to get inside the club and take his psycho ass down, preferably on the down low. Understood? Good. Let me know when it's done. So yeah, anyways, the whether or not like that's so obviously I'm speculating in terms of whether or not that's useful or whether or not that's something that can be done. I'm imagining that they're gonna want me to pay.
Whoa! Think fleas like you just get in for free?
You got VIP rooms here, for private shindigs.
Reserved for the boss and co.
Think you could use a little more company?
Don't try to play me. Either I see eddies or your ass is walking.
Just chill, all right? Here.
But yeah, so what I was specifically thinking of, Shay, was like, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, so there are a few things
Sweet Jesus. You hear that? Do you hear what they're playing?
Nope, because it's copyrighted.
Their own, Jack.
That's what peeps with bad taste always say. Don't know what he did to deserve what's coming, but his music taste is reason enough to drop it.
But yeah, so basically the idea here was to try and take a subset of things that the tools are capable of. I'm assuming he's not going to want me to be in there. Oh, maybe not. New owner, I'm sure you already know that the club has a new owner, specifically me. So, what do you need to know? I've got high expectations and zero patience for those that don't follow through. You either give it your all or you can fuck right off. Understood? There'll be some changes so this club can start making bank. For starters, sick leave ends now. You feel shitty, your problem, not mine. Smoke breaks are out. Want to smoke? Do it at home. No private calls during working hours. Lunchtimes between 12 and 12:30. Need more time, then stop eating so much. Tips go into the communal pot. I decide who gets how much. Got any questions, doubts, suggestions? Great. Stuff them up yours. Jack. Invoice 7701203. Dear sirs, once again I'm requesting payment for invoice number 7701203, 4x wireless boom boom speakers, DJ set rave 3000X. The final deadline for payment for the above items is the last day of the current month. If no payment is received, you'll be forced to put your debt in the hands of an armed collector through the Extract Exact program. Respectfully, Roger McMahon, Sound Pound Incorporated, Customer Service.
Fuck, not me, please.
Ooh, I don't think I have an FF out of that, so can I get a couple BDs? Yep. But yeah, so basically, I mean, the space repetition is more or less something that you'll have to work out for yourself. But I mean, there are enough. I know there's like the shoebox method. There's a few different ways that you can do that. But this idea of using the summary and having it phrased in such a way that you have to answer the question. I always wondered if that's a way that you can sort of get that variety and avoid just sort of parroting back that passage was talking about. But again, specifically because there's that research in terms of the overconfidence that LLMs provide. And obviously it's not, there's not a direct parallel that you can do between those two things, but because there is now that tendency to feel overconfident in your use of those tools, I'm wondering if there is this illusion, because it's a subject that we're already so primed to feel that we're learning when we're not, if an approach like that would be counterproductive. So in any case, I need to read the full paper, but it was a timely recommendation just because it gave me, it kind of gave me a second perspective on something that I had been, I'd been reflecting on and sort of didn't realize that there had been some work already done. Okay. Wilson, been a while. There's this thing. I got a little too excited on my last gig and pissed off a lot of peeps. I heard. Need some heavy gear in case someone gets some gonk idea, if you catch my drift. Got an MK31 or an SOR22 lying around? If you do, I'll take it. Don't care if it's used. Just make sure it does what it's supposed to do. I'm good for it, you know? I want to be 100% sure. Okay, checking. I'm probably going to have to run for a quick minute. I did order some food, which is about to arrive. Penis nanogel scam alert. Warning, scam alert. Do not click any emails with ads for penis enlargement nanogel. This is a scam. Ordinary gels cannot stimulate new cell growth. The only tested and proven methods for penis enhancement is still the Arisex hormone treatment. Our scientists at Arisex have developed a formula that will dramatically increase the length and girth of your penis in only 7 days. Join the thousands of other satisfied customers and order your kit today. I don't believe it would work, but I was desperate. I only had a week to get my penis big, and I knew Mr. Stud wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, Arisex did the trick, and I've still got the nail marks on my back to prove it. Thanks, Arisex. Richard Towers, real customer, verified penis growth. Order now while supplies last. Yeah, and that's kind of what where I was going. So I actually like what you're talking about, Che, because I think summarizing is a really good way to sort of do that sort of stuff. Really, the reason why I have at least a little bit of a thought in terms of LLMs on this is specifically just because.
Fuck you going. VIP areas for VIPs.
I know the boss, we're tight.
Boss knows a lot of peeps. Sure as shit ain't tight with a single one.
Yeah, but...
But... Boss said to let nobody in. Want some alone time. So cut the act.
So basically, the main idea is...
Turn around or shit gets ugly.
To add just sort of a bit of a dynamic element to it where people are... or like you... I'm trying to think of the best example. Like, I've got a couple of econometrics textbooks, which are very good, but I've now done every single one of the questions in the back of them. And to a certain extent, I think I can fairly say that I know those methods much better than I started off with. But I also know I have a tendency to sort of remember problems that I've done before, especially if there's a trick to them, and especially if you're trying to sort of... if you're trying to prove, there's some matrix algebra where you're proving certain properties of estimators, there's some common tricks that you'll use. And to a certain extent, those can be really good to do a set of problems on and then just learn the trick. So one good example would be if you do like... I don't know, let's say you have like a variable x. I won't do the matrix algebra version, but like you do a variable x. If you have a variable x, what you can do in an equation, because basically 1 is just the identity. So one thing that you can do to get 1 will also translate into x divided by x, right? Because that just turns into 1. So there can be situations where you do an equivalent to that, and then what you can do is you can sort of annihilate something that's inconvenient just by introducing that sort of that identity. So in those cases, like, it can be helpful to just sort of solve a couple problems like that, because then you learn that trick and you'll be like, okay, I'm really stuck on this problem, so maybe I should just, try and unpack an identity and see if something comes out of it, right? As like a sheer last resort. And like sometimes that's just how you solve problems, right? You mess around with them for a bit and you see what comes out. But if you've instead developed a pipeline where you, you're starting to remember what problems were in the textbook, then of course that's a little bit different. So it's just the idea of like trying to keep things fresh, or otherwise encountering new problems, or being forced to take a familiar problem and see it in a different way. But I'll also confess too, right? Like sometimes what I'm trying to do is move beyond just like a very average. So like, I think it's fair to say that there are a few generic opinions about the broad category of AI.
Who the fuck are you? How'd you get in here?
Quiet down, or I'll have to cut our convo short.
Oh, I get it.
Actually, if you can just give me a second here, I have to run off for a minute. I'll be back. I'll try not to make this a long break, but I've got some food, so I'll see you all in just a little bit. Okay, sorry about the wait. Just a second here. I'm not going to take the break sign off. I do want to have a bite or two of what I've gotten. But yeah, so Che, what you're talking about is actually kind of where I was trying to go with this. So for instance, if you can get it to summarize something that you've been studying and effectively give you a quiz. No, so it was just because, so the Be Right Back screen, this was something that Vesper gave me, and the only reason why I didn't want to use it here is it's Cultist Simulator themed. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't mixing the worlds. I can bring it back if you prefer it. But yeah, no, there's no reason other than just I wanted to try and match the tone. I still have it though. But yeah, so so the idea of the quiz is a big one. So the reason why I'm taking a second before I bring the game back, I'll give you an example. So the reason why I kind of like the idea of a more interactive approach would be if I'm assuming most of you will have done some form of calculus either in high school or in university, right? So all you really need to know is a limit. So right, we have 1 over x, and then here I'm going to take a limit, or sorry, better still, it's x minus 8. Okay, so I'm taking the limit, and as x approaches 8, this is it. So this is not saying that 1 over 0 is infinite. However, as x approaches 8, this gets arbitrarily close to 0, which means, it winds up exploding into some impossibly large number. Right, so if I write something like that, the solution, I get the correct solution. Now suppose I write the following, right? 1 over x minus 5 as x approaches 5. I guess that's in reverse. This is clearly wrong, right? You can see why somebody would get this wrong. It's like, oh yeah, you take the 8, you put it on the side, so as the limit approaches the number here. The answer, of course, should be this symbol. But if what you've learned is the form as opposed to the logic behind it, the idea that as x approaches some value that turns the denominator close but not exactly to 0, ultimately that's the difference between sort of being able to parrot back what you think your teacher wants as opposed to learning. And so having a device where you can sort of have that back and forth, and you can sort of insist, I have to actually give you a real answer. And, if I think like I'm giving something evasive, like ask me for more information, that can be a device that potentially can actually tell you whether or not you're learning or identify those things to review to make sure that you're not falling into those particular traps. So you say you do wonder about that at work, though. In software development, once a thing is done with a particular product, it rarely needs to be done again. So almost everything that you do is basically a one-off. I'm never quite sure if you're actually getting better along the way or not. And this is, I think this is a fair question, Che, because I think, like, to a certain extent, if you think that programming is just solving these sort of discrete problems, right, and the ones that are unique to your individual program or the individual task that you have, it can actually be really challenging. I mean, again, I'm not speaking as a full-time software developer or anything like that, but you can sort of see how solving that individual challenge may not necessarily be or seem all that helpful. It's a little bit like maybe doing a bunch of code wars or hacker rank problems. But I do think the process of actually having to work through the problems and solve them and build a body of knowledge to just sort of understand the shape of what a problem looks like and maybe a set of common patterns to work through, I think that can be very helpful. And it can be difficult to distinguish where you're learning a particular method, right? So in terms of taking the limit, right? I'm probably never going to see in the real life a problem where I have 1 over x minus 8, but I have a general idea of what a limit is and why I would use it and what a correct or an incorrect answer would look like. Understanding that general class of problems is something that probably will come up once in a while, even if I'm not doing, I'm not doing pure mathematics for sure. So not that that would be pure mathematics, but that's definitely the sort of thing that understanding that how to solve that particular set of problems, I think, is one that can still be helpful. Okay.
Bounty on my head, have I? Who hired you? Militech? Asukaga? Or was it that wanker, Dino? Like it even matters. Found out myself when I yanked that memory shard from you.
Sit down, Jack. I'm extending the fucking courtesy here. The fact that you're still alive means I'm open to parlay.
Parlez-vous, go fuck yourself. Chit-chat's for assholes. So let's get it over and done with. Man to man, come on.
Say you win. Say you put me out of commission. You think your problems will just vanish into thin air? You crawled under a lot of people's skin. Said so yourself. Militech, Asukaga, Dino. They won't stop till your head falls at their feet.
So what? I'm supposed to blow my fucking brains out?
No. All you have to do is leave Night City. I'll tell him you took lead between the eyes and none will be the wiser. You can start over. A brand new life.
Yeah? Start with what? Everything I got's here. My club, staff, my girls.
And everyone who wants you dead. This isn't multiple fucking choice. You're living on borrowed time.
Shit. Motherfucking bleeding cunt asshole.
Was that a yes or a no?
Just piss off and tell him the job's done.
That was easy. I don't like any of these options. Thanks, Jay. I'm probably going to wrap up reasonably soon myself. I know I just got the food, but I've also been going. I've kind of covered up the time that I spent talking about the article, so we'll see. There's not a lot of E9s here. Okay. And we'll see. Anything free is nice. So 5-1 CBD. I don't think either of those will work. Yeah. No, give me the Odyssey, damn it. There we go. Say what thy birth and what thy name you bore, imposed by parents in the natal hour. For from the natal hour distinctive names, one common right the great and lowly claims. Say from what city, from what regions tossed, and what inhabitants those regions boast. So shalt thou instant reach the realm assigned, in wondrous ships self-mooned, instinct with mind. No helm secures their course, no pilot guides. Like man intelligent, they plough the tides, conscious of every coast and every bay that lies beneath the sun's all-seeing ray. Though clouds and darkness veil the encumbered sky, fearless through darkness, and through clouds they fly. Though tempests rage, though rolls the swelling main, the seas may roll, the tempests rage in vain. E'en the stern God that o'er the waves presides, safe as they pass, and safe repass the tides. With fury burns, while careless they convey, promiscuous every guest to every bay. These ears have heard my royal sire disclose a dreadful story, big with future woes, how Neptune raged, and how by his command, firm-rooted in a surge ship should stand, a monument of wrath, how mound on mound should bury these proud towers beneath the ground. But this the gods may frustrate or fulfill, as suits the purpose of the eternal will. But say though, what waste regions hast thou strayed, what customs noted, what coasts surveyed? Possessed by wild barbarians, fierce in arms, or men whose bosom tender pity warms. Say why the fate of Troy awaked thy cares, why heaven thy bosom, and why flowered thy tears. So, have a good night, Jamie. I gotta confess, I've read the Iliad, I've not read the Odyssey, so I don't know what part that is from, and I feel bad because it would be useful. I feel like it would be useful to know the context. I wonder if I can just leg it past the... Actually, you know what? Oh no, because there's going to be somebody up there as well. Yee!
Hey, how's it going?
You persuaded Mosser? Fucking hell, if I knew you could wag your tongue like that, I could have made you NC's richest drink slinger. Wasting your talents on the street instead of behind a bar. But cool. Mosser's gone, so's the problem. You get your eddies, I close the gig. All good? All good.
P.S. Threw in a little extra for you at the nearest drop point. Professionalism deserves its own reward. Am I right? This is how I cross highways in the real world. Okay. I know I ran off to get some food and that, but I am actually feeling a little worn out, and I'm about an hour and a half past the normal time that I would wrap up. So I don't know how many of you are still around from the chat we had at the beginning. If there is interest in doing more of those, I think that's something I'd actually kind of like to add, maybe not at the start of every stream, but it's something that I can see myself doing in more of in the future. If, on the other hand, it isn't quite for you and you'd like to focus on games, that's fine. Now, overall, as far as the stream is concerned, I'm happy to keep doing Cyberpunk. That'll definitely be one that I keep doing on Fridays. I do at some point want to do a little bit more main campaign, but I also kind of wanted to get all the cars and like just sort of get some of the ancillary stuff out of the way so that we can put some emphasis on the main quest, especially because that'll start running into some things that I haven't seen before, which I'm looking forward to. I don't know if there's any preference, so I know so we had a request for Hellblade 2, and I know Oswin mentioned Stardew Valley, so if there's something that you've seen me play in the past and you'd like to see some more of, or if there's a type of game that you'd like to see covered, I have a few ideas in terms of what I'm going to be doing for the next little while, but now is not a bad time for me to sort of figure out if there's interest in a variety of games, or if the idea of sort of focusing on a main game is the best one. That doesn't necessarily have to be answered tonight, but I figured it's not a bad time for me to bring that up. But what I will do for tonight, I will just see who's online and see if we can send along a host. I know Katako was online a little while before. Okay, Kilgore Trout is actually playing Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, which is a bit of a... I haven't seen him play that one before, so I think I will raid Kilgore tonight. As for me, I don't think there are any big sort of holidays or interruptions coming up. I'm trying to remember what the next Canadian holiday is. But in terms of any kind of travel or anything that would get in the way of doing a stream, I don't think... There isn't anything planned. I do have the unfortunate reality that sometimes I can be called in sort of at the last minute on things. But so far as I can tell, I should be back to doing just Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Let me actually... I might be able to get my calendar up before we finish with Kilgore. So I don't think St. Patrick's Day counts as a holiday. Yeah, so I think it's just the nice long march until April for holidays coming up. So I think probably the next time I should be off would be March the 19th for the local game dev meetup. But yeah, for those of you who'd like to see something specific, just let me know, and I will do my best to try and incorporate that, at least in spirit, if not in letter. But I gotta go. Enjoy Kilgore's channel, and we'll see you Monday. Until then, take care. Bye.